sure my console volume is up so I can hear the game. I have absolutely no idea what type of game this is. I remember being interested when it first was announced. I think I saw there was like a short trailer. I believe it's first person as well. Adventurous puzzle game, but I don't really know like the story or whatever. I remember when the reviews came out, they were pretty high. That's pretty much all I remember. So, looked cool. Got high reviews, interesting trailer. So, that's just a recipe for Lamoura to play it. We'll have to figure out where our camera is best placed after we kind of get in. A very small percentage of players may experience epileptic seizures. Okay, we don't need that, but warning for all of these out there who may. Unreal. Yep. That was to be expected. Call to Sea includes autosave features. Your progress will be saved. Yep. Okay, so the 3 diamonds is autosave. Okay. A little bit of music. Strings coming in. I do like that. Alright, so without too much further ado, with that adventurous music in our ears and coursing through our hearts, let's get started with Call of the Sea. Again, I'm going to have to take a moment after we get into the game to adjust to see where my camera best fits on the screen so I'm not blocking any information that could be important. So we'll test it out in a little bit here, but let's press A, get into it. Let's go into our options, check our graphics. That's pretty much standard for brightness. Subtitles on for sure. Text language, yep. Crosshair? Sure. I guess it helps people with motion sickness in first-person games. I've never really seen that. I'm probably gonna keep head bombing on just to keep the integrity of the game. But there's also a chance that the motion sickness could be too much with the head bombing on. We'll see how it goes. I might just bump the music down just a few ticks here. As much as I want to enjoy it, I think dialogue would be most important. We want that to shine through. And everything else after that should be good. So, without further ado, let's start a new game. Oh, well, you get the options to do subtitles right here. Cool. Always love when that option appears. Super duper important. Ooh, nice loading screen. Beautiful concept art, environmental art here.
What was that? What are those voices?
Prologue, a family heirloom. Oh, I am in control right now, and we are underwater. Doesn't look like there's any health for... health or air meter. Just, yeah, there may be health later in the game, there may not be. Pressing buttons here, just kind of exploring. It doesn't look like there's any kind of speed up function that I can tell. That way is blocked. Yeah, we are trapped underwater here. Interesting. I'm getting very, like, big Indiana Jones vibes, like, with these statues starting off underwater. Not quite sure what's going on. I could see this being the intro to a movie, just like, splash down into the water. Running away from something, epic music starting, and then like, cut, black. How does this all start? I did it.
Place. I've been here before.
Ooh, a door underwater? Interesting. Clock. Alright, some trickery is going on here. That's for sure. Table over here. She seems to know this place, as she says.
Here my entire life. I'm trapped in here.
Underwater? Or what? Is this maybe like a previous, like,
I'm climbing these stairs again.
a sunken city, perhaps?
I need to get out. The voices are calling me.
No pictures. I don't know if that means anything.
My old music box. It's broken. I have to fix my old music box. I have to get it. I have to... Those horrible dreams again. I've had them repeatedly ever since my mother died and left me that music box in her will. Harry always said that old family heirloom had something to do with my family's strange disease.
Is that what's on our hand?
If the doctors won't give us an answer about your illness, I'll search for one myself, you said. And in that search, it seems you lost yourself. I don't think I'd ever...
Pardon me, madam, but the island is in sight. We'll be lowering the boat in just a minute.
Oh, thank you so much, Captain Hodgson. I'll be right out.
Okay, so that was all a dream.
All right, time to gather my things.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we can interact with some stuff. Not everything. There's a suitcase, which may be our stuff. So I'm not quite ready to do that. How do I...
It's not exactly a clawfoot tub, but you can't always get what you want.
Pressing the X or A button
I
will
missed the sea so much when we moved to Denver.
get you to interact when the eyeball appears. November 1934.
Merveilles de mer du Sud. Marvels of the Southern Seas, I think.
A diary. Okay. Probably want that.
Ah, the amazing adventures of Norah Everhart, art teacher.
Press Y to open the journal. Curious things from my journey. It's a map, I'm assuming. I don't know. It's just a question mark. Norah, remember this. Everhart 506. Okay, trying to get to... Oh, RB and LB to change the section. Okay. So we have notes. Can't change the page just yet. But we also have the log. Ooh, we do have pages going back. July and then November. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I have had a runny nose all day, unfortunately. My allergy medication has not been working, so you will have to forgive me if I have to do a quick cut to blow my nose. But in any case, on July 6, 1934, it's been a month since I received Harry's last letter. It was postmarked San Francisco and mentioned that the answer to my illness... Is there a read button? No. Okay. The answers to my illness might be found in the Pacific Ocean. I'm hoping his silence is only due to a delay in the postal service. The only reason why I asked for the read is, unfortunately, sometimes it's hard to read handwriting script, especially cursive, in a quick fashion. So I was just hoping that maybe they had like plain text for people who may be even sight impaired in a way. Anyways, July 14th, 1934. Last night I had another of my vivid dreams, but this time something was different. I saw a strange island looming in the distance. In the heart of the island, a huge stone obelisk rose up. See, that's the problem. Sometimes it's a little hard for me to read them even. Obelisk rose up before a mist-shrouded mountain. I woke up drenched in sweat. September 16th, 1934. I keep waking up to odd dreams in the middle of the night. Still no news from Harry, and it's been 3 months already. Damn this disease of mine. My husband is missing, and I can barely walk for a couple minutes without getting exhausted. Okay, so we are married. Harry is missing. And we have a disease that makes us kind of tired or exhausted. I'm not quite sure exactly what else it does to us, but so far I'm assuming we'll figure out later. October 10th, 1934, an enigmatic sentence written on a photo of my husband, an ancient stone relic that looks like a knife, a brass key with letters CW engraved on it. All three were in a package I received yesterday, postmarked Tahiti. No sender. Find him 74 nautical miles east of Otahiti? I don't know. After leafing through a couple of history and geography books, I found that whatever this place is called was just the ancient name of Tahiti. Okay. Tahiti? Okay. Anyways, the same place the package came from. What does this all mean? Anyways, my mind is made up. Even though I still feel woozy, I have to give it everything I've got. It won't be easy, but I'll find my husband, whatever it takes, even if it means going to the end of the world. October 14th, 1934. Following Harry's trail, I caught a train to San Francisco. In the Madison building, I found out that on May 25th, Harry bought 6 passages to Tahiti on the SS Carmel? Tahiti again. On a side note, I'm not sure if it's the fresh air of the sea breeze, but I feel much better. October 19th, 1934. First, I'll sail to Tahiti on an ocean liner. If I don't find Harry there, I'll have to find a ship that will take me to whatever is 74 nautical miles east of Tahiti. This isn't going to be easy or cheap either. October 23rd, 1934. I miss the sea so much after Harry and I moved to Denver. I love to sit on the deck and watch the moonlight playing on the water. It's so comforting. November 1st, 1934. I finally arrived at Tahiti. Finding information about Harry's expedition is turning out to be a tough row to hoe? The tough row to hoe, I guess. I think I must have walked all over Papiti. I don't know, Papete. I don't know. Asking about them, but nobody seems to know anything about that place 74 miles east of Tahiti. Some locals have mentioned an island, but they won't say anything else about it. It's like they think the place is cursed. I met an English sailor, Captain Hodgson. He knew some of the crew members on the Lady Shannon, a whaler. Apparently, the ship took an American expedition to the island east of Tahiti. According to Hodgson, it's been months since he last saw the Lady Shannon or its crew. Like every good sailor, the captain is suspicious. Do you think I'm mad? I'm not going to risk the lives of my crew by going to that cursed island, he said. November 4th, 1934. After 3 days of begging, I finally managed to convince Captain Hodgkins to take me close to the island. Save yourself money, Miss Everhart. Leaving me alone will be payment enough. I think that's the sweet, tender heart inside that grumpy old sailor. Nice, and you get to see the crew a little bit.
After spending so much time reading this book, I think I've learned a thing or two about Polynesian culture.
What does it say? To the south, I guess, is what that says. Oh, some gloves.
I better cover up my hands before I leave the cabin. I wouldn't want anyone thinking I'm a circus freak.
Right. Must keep up appearances.
I received a mysterious package at my house. I stored all its contents in my locked suitcase.
What does it mean, play?
I received a mysterious package at my house.
Interesting. Okay.
I stored all its contents in my locked suitcase.
So I can replay whatever dialogue she says, just in case I'm talking or something happens. All right, Norah Everhart, Papiti, Tahiti, package ship. Okay. Some nice music. That's probably not something I should be playing.
Oh my, I have the worst memory. I forgot the combination again. Thank goodness I always bring my journal with me to write things down.
Journal was that one? Is it 506? Nor remember this. I'm gonna assume it's 506 because there's 3. Which way does it go? Move with R. Okay. 506. Interact. Oh, and then push the button. Gotcha.
All right, now it's open.
Cool.
Harry Everhart, my husband, my partner, and my dear old pal.
Some elements have hidden information. Rotate to find the eye.
A brass key with the letters CW engraved on it, and some enigmatic instructions.
Should I take that? Yes, I should. Wait, can I take these things too? No, that's just back. Something was written. I definitely heard that.
Strange and sharp relic came in the package I received at home.
Okay, I'll take that.
I saw this island in one of my unsettling dreams. I drew it as soon as I woke up.
The obelisk in front of the mountain. We'll take that as well. Okay, so we've collected things. Should I take a magnifying glass? Is that important?
All
Wait.
set, madam. The motorboat is ready.
Thank you, Captain.
What was I thinking when I brought all these dresses on this trip?
Yo, dude, look at this harpoon. Is it like because this was a whaling ship, or is it like relic from a whaling ship? That's pretty dope.
I think I've overpacked.
Maybe just a little bit.
Captain Hodgson has a very particular taste when it comes to decor.
Nothing. Oh, what's this?
I always dreamed of traveling. I was not the same without you, Harry.
Oh, it's like reported on our steamship. Okay, so like a manifesto of some sort. I don't know. Interesting. Okay, I
I'm
think.
definitely going to miss this bed. Falling asleep to the ship's rocking was delightful.
Ugh, sounds awful, honestly. I think we're good. I think we've
Okay,
done everything
Norah,
in the house.
From here on out, you're
Or
on
the
your
room.
own.
And I got an achievement for it. A family heirloom. Out of the Blue. I don't know if that's the name of chapter 1.
Be careful with Mrs. Everhart's equipment, lads.
Oh yeah, we're getting a bit of a title screen right here.
We'll be back to pick you up in 3 days. I really hope you find your husband there, madam.
I hope it too. I'll see you in 3 days then.
Please be careful on that island. You know what the legends say about it.
I'll take care. Thank you, Captain Hodgson.
Awesome. We don't see any Awas though. 74 miles east of Otaheite.
Well, here I am, in the middle of the ocean after traveling across half the world. Just miles away from where my husband is supposed to be. You left a year ago to search for a cure for my affliction. Your letters kept me close to you, but suddenly they stopped coming. What happened, Opal? What did you find?
Oof. Subtitles are a little hard
Yes,
to
it led you to
read.
hire a crew and set sail from San Francisco to Tahiti, and from there to this place, an island in the middle of the Pacific that the locals refuse to even name.
I guess I'm supposed to be looking around. Yeah, those subtitles are hard to
Everything
see.
is familiar, so familiar, as impossible as that may sound. Is this the island I dreamed about?
Oh, hello,
This can't be
obelisk.
a coincidence.
Call of the Sea. Definitely a nice intro. Definitely love that. Kind of wish I got rid of the reticle, to be honest with you. I might go and do that in the options menu as soon as we can. Oh, I forgot to check where my webcam is in relation to some of the elements. I should probably do that the next time we have a chance. Beautiful, stunning, good art style.
A breathtaking, idyllic island, surrounded by deadly reefs and protected with stakes to keep anybody from entering. Why?
Very good question. Is this island inhabited?
There's definitely something strange about this place.
Yeah. Yeah, I can feel it too. And you're sure you want to debark here? Okay. Well, the call of the sea is what drew us. Sweet.
Hey, Harry, let's see if I can find any trace of you around here.
I guess this is the adventure. I'm kind of curious to see if we can interact with
I know it's just resonant.
almost anything.
I do love listening to the sea in them.
I do feel like the game right now, and maybe it's just trying to go for realism or something, with the color scheme, everything seems a little overblown, oversaturated, and it like obscures the subtitles because everything's a little bit too close to the white
I'll leave
balance.
my things in the boat until I find somewhere to camp.
But I'm sure it will be even more beautiful once we get into the green, the lush green of the forest and the islands. It looks like we have some
So somebody was on this island recently.
things to interact with around
A
here.
miniature Va'a. A Polynesian outrigger canoe. Beautifully
va'a.
crafted, too.
I had no idea that's what they were called. Okay. A va'a. Interesting. So it seems like this game is going to be a lot of finding the right thing. Oh my god, that thing looks beautiful. The right thing to pass. Maybe, I don't know. You need certain items to. It's an adventure game, right? Is it? But how many puzzles are there? Like fitting the right thing. Are there perspective puzzles? Are there this, that, or the other? We'll have to see as we continue playing.
A note written in French. I only understand 2 words. Île and mort. Island and death.
Okay, so I kind of cover the read text. I do wonder if I just kind of lower myself just a little bit. Do we really need to see the play, the rotate? I don't want to cover the subtitles, so I don't want to go too low. But, you know, we can chill with this. Nothing on the back here.
A warning about the dangers of the island. This machete is completely worn down. The blade is dull.
From hacking away at the vegetation, maybe? Ooh, that looks like the right way to go. From what I can tell, there doesn't seem to be any kind of sprint button. Or walk faster. Actually, that's probably the right way to go. Let's just go investigate this door real quick. See if she has anything to say about it.
Looks like it opens from the other side.
Okay. Yep, a nice little sprinty do would have been really nice for moments like that. This is clearly blocked off. I guess the way actually, no, is that a cave that goes inside? I can't really tell with the perspective. Well, let's go investigate real quick.
I feel
There it is.
quite good.
Oh, thank
Dare
God.
say I might even walk a little faster than usual.
Right, she can't walk that long without getting exhausted due to her sickness. That's right. Okay. So there's my sprint. That makes things a little bit easier. Curious to see if maybe... And that just goes deeper in. Alright, well, I'm gonna be so back and forth. Be like, what's the right way? What's the wrong way? I love exploring. I love just, like, going the wrong way to see what's further in. Let's just go into this cave and allow things to happen. I am going to, unfortunately, turn off this crosshair. It's just a little... It doesn't fit the game. I just don't think it fits the game.
Those markings seem to represent the sea. I'll make a note of them in my journal. It might come in handy.
Okay, there's a little journal icon over there. We have a new note. Looks like we have another one over here. Brass key with the letter CW engraved on it. So anytime that we find something that may be important, she'll jot it down in the journal. It also looks like she has new logs here. Oh, she put some of the notes and stuff that we found. Oh, so that's why the writing in some places was a little weird. Okay, I thought they were like poems for a second, but no, she's putting pieces that she finds all over the place. Oh, that's really cool. Anyways, November 6th, 1934, I arrived on the mysterious island 74 miles east of Tahiti. The fisherman will be back to pick me up again in 3 days. I hope that's enough time to find you, dear old pal. It's weird that she calls her husband dear old pal, but hey, who am I to judge? Who am I to judge their relationship? Okay, well, so we found a little marking of the ocean. I don't know if that's going to be important to a puzzle or not, but we found it, and that's good, right? That's good. What's up here? What is this?
These wooden figures are called unu. This seems to be telling a story.
Of? A story of? I mean, that must be the islands, but I don't know what type of story. It looks like these may be people? People of the islands? Maybe? Yeah, definitely not sure about that. The frame rate of this game is a little choppy sometimes. It's not a smooth 60, which is a little unfortunate. Could be just because I'm playing on a base Xbox One. I really do wish that I had a Series X. I picked mine up on Thursday from Best Buy. I was able to get it in the last drop, which was so nice. But for now, I had to still deal with just the base level 360 or Xbox One. It looks like there's some kind of creature here. Are the people worshipping? Is that them bowing? It looks like that's number 2. The other one had just 1 notch instead too. Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether those claw marks or whatever. But it looks like they're worshipping something. Some kind of altar here, maybe. Oh, those bones? Is that part of a jaw of something? What kind of creature is that?
It may look peaceful, but clearly somebody wants to keep outsiders off this island.
Right. Yeah, all these wooden stakes. Show of force, maybe? Alright, this one's number 3 over here. Let's go read these in order. Or look at them in order. I'm still not sure what the heck that means. We're not writing it down in our journal, so that's something. A boat of some sort. A sailboat. I forget the name of the boat. Did they go to a different island? Yeah, it looks like there's this island with a big main spire. A small island, a small triangle. He found people, and then he brought more people back to the main island. Huh. I'm sure that mystery will be solved as we continue on.
A carving tool.
I would probably take it if I was her. That's just me. If I found anything that could help me, I would definitely take it.
CW. Those are the initials on the brass key.
That it is, and she instantly uses it.
So whoever sent me this key was here.
Okay. I was kind of hoping that we would have like an inventory that we could open to like choose some of the items that we have, but no such luck on this one. On the log, that's strange. Polynesians don't use doors, much less mechanisms to protect a door. If I want to reach the inner island, I've got to open it. No, dear, this is no ordinary island. Okay, some kind of spinny thing near the rocks with the flowers.
This is starting to look like a scavenger hunt.
Okay, we know where those guys are, but it looked like it was around here? Around back here? Was there like a pressure plate? A hidden stone.
Well, look what's hidden here.
Let's go, dude. Okay, it's like a mushroom thing, but it might be like a turning wheel for doors or whatever. I didn't really investigate the door over here, so I don't know if it needs some kind of mechanism in maybe these things. Oh, yeah.
Polynesians don't need doors. So why build such a big one?
I see this one has a top on it. This one didn't, so we need to solve it like so. Okay, that's one. Simple machine. That's number 2.
Well, that did something. It works.
Easy puzzles, easy. Come on, give me something different.
This may be the first time I trespass a private property. My childhood in Newburyport wasn't exactly the most thrilling thing.
Okay, some more weight sacks over there, but let's investigate. Nothing I can really interact with here, just some candles and a bottle. Little campsite here. Someone was definitely here. Who you?
Is that Harry? Harry, you were here.
I'm
You were
assuming.
here and I found you, damn it. Where are you now? Where is everybody? Where did you and all your crew go?
I'm assuming Harry is the one in the middle. I'm not sure who the lady was. That may have been us, but it looks like more that's after he set out on his adventure, so. Who knows?
Lady Shannon? That name sounds familiar. I'd better check my journal.
The ship, Lady Shannon, cargo 6 people, fragile instruments, several boxes of equipment, boxes and explosives, supplies for 3 weeks. I understand it's hard to see some of it because my camera's blocking it, but either I block the item or I block the text. I figure the text is better to block. That's just me. So she said check our journal because Lady Shannon. Do we remember a Lady Shannon? Harry was on this island, and I hope he's still here. I found a photo with all the expedition members, and I think I vaguely recognize some of them from the letters he sent me. But where did they go? Did they set up camp elsewhere? Okay, received a mysterious package. Enter. What does this mean? Lady Shannon. Man, I feel like I should have remembered a lot of this. Maybe this is the time when I was supposed to read through all of these. Nope. Strange islands. Yep. Okay. Middle of nights. Nope. I can barely walk. Yep. Okay. Sentence. Stone relic that looks like a knife. CW. Yep. Okay. Senders. Yep. Okay. Anyways. I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to be looking, but yeah, Tatiti on the SS Caramel. Lady Shannon, huh? Interesting. I'm not quite. Oh, wait, hold on. I met an English sailor, Captain Hagen. He knew some of the crew of the members of the Lady Shannon, and a whaler. Okay, so it was a whaling ship. Apparently, the ship took an American expedition to the island. Okay, there it is. So we kind of know. That's the Lady Shannon. Gotcha. Okay. Excuse me. I'm stuck on something. Some kind of bridge puzzle here with this contraption. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to either find the key to that puzzle, or we've already seen it with those little story statues.
I took such a long walk. This fresh air is doing me wonders.
Nice little river down over here. Let's just go down this path for now and see if that looks important. We can continue to find a new thing. Hello, Birch. How are you today? Good morning. Happy Monday. How are you feeling today?
The air is denser here in this mangrove swamp.
Nothing to see around here, though. Oh, wait. Hold on. I didn't go the full way. I didn't go the full distance. I should probably start running. Okay. Alright, here we go. These red things are definitely going to be the key here. The question is, will I have to memorize them, or will the game allow me to write them in a journal? What is this interact point? What does this do? Oh.
Rays of sunlight shining through. Another symbol.
I see. And she did write something. Sun and 3 triangles. Okay, this one is number 4, though. I skipped over one of them that we saw. Yeah, that's right. You got the exam tomorrow. Best of luck, brother. Best of luck. We are going to be streaming tomorrow and Wednesday. And I will, depending on how long it takes me to get through this game, we will most likely be starting Outer Wilds. So, just a big old heads up.
What a beautiful mountainous landscape.
Interesting how everything, little piece here has a different meaning. So this looks like it's the first one. Mountain with 3 triangles, or 3 spires, I guess it is. Maybe those are mountains. Rays, some sort, with the small triangles. I'm not quite sure. Let's go see if we can find more of these red things. Nope, there's one. Broken though.
This sort of pond is a Polynesian fishing technique. There's another symbol inside it. A bone fish hook.
Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna keep on exploring until I can't anymore. See if I can find more of these red things.
I've crossed half the world. I wouldn't mind crossing the other half.
Wait, we've already been here.
I
Oh,
have to do it with you, old pal.
first we gotta get through this supposedly Lovecraftian adventure game that I've been... Oh, there's a lot of them that I've had my eye on for quite a while
Oh
now.
my, this is so beautiful.
Little birds flying
What are
around.
these birds called? Lorikeets. Cole's lorikeets.
Okay, I have absolutely no idea if any of these are the ones I need. It doesn't look like I can interact with all of them. So do I have to find the right one? Maybe the ones with the birds on it?
There are lorikeet feathers scattered around this unu. I'll draw the symbol in my journal.
Okay. Alright, see?
Polynesian chieftains make their head ornaments with lorikeet feathers. What a lovely souvenir.
Some things are important, just have to pay attention to the environmental cues. Let's just take a look around real quick. There was this area over here, which opens up to the first part of the island. So we can always go back if we need to. I don't know if we need to right now, but it's there. Yeah, some of these don't look as important. Okay, so it looks like we might have written all the things that we need for the possible puzzle. We'll see if there's anything else though, but I'm not seeing any more interaction points here. Nor does it look like she has too much more space in her journal. So let's go back and see if we can solve that puzzle then. Can't wait to see my reactions. We'll see, we'll see. I don't know if it's the type of game that will warrant a reaction. Don't really know anything about it, so we'll see. Dark Souls shortcut. Pog. Let's go, dude. We love to see them. There's no greater feeling in a game than like having to go through like this massive journey to go around like an area only to find a shortcut later so you don't have to do it again. Feels so rewarding. Okay, so there are 5 here, and whoops, nope, not that one. And there are 5 here. So I need spire, I need triangles, I need fish. Okay, triangles.
This reminds me of those slot machines that Harry and I saw at the Atlantic City Pier.
How do I, okay, move with this. Triangles, I need fish. I need ocean, and I need bird. Okay. Ocean and bird. Ocean. Bird, I'm assuming are these then? No, this one's bird. Yeah, that one's bird. I don't think I did it. Triangles, spire, triangle. Is it a different direction, maybe? The log. I found a missing piece to open the door. It opened to the entrance to the mangrove swamp of the outer island. I'm cut off from the part of the island. Maybe that other one was 4 because I found it. Well, I found it first, but maybe it's supposed to be last. I don't know. Heart of the island, strain mechanical bridge over a river. Someone once put through a lot of trouble to keep people away from this place. I'm not being weird, right? This is how the puzzle's saying it goes. Spires, triangles, fish, water, bird. But maybe I have to like play around with each of these and do something else. Because in reality, what happened was I actually found water first. Then I found spires. And then it was triangles. But I could have found any of these in any order, to be honest with you. No, it was bird then fish. Let's try that. No. We're... Okay. I mean, I could try each of them, but that just seems redundant. Maybe I try bird? Where's bird? Bird. Fish. No. Bird, water. I'll try going in reverse. Water, fish, triangles, spires. Oh. Just want to double check that maybe... Okay. Puzzle games in Lamoura, not a combination that we enjoy. Already stuck on the second puzzle. We'd love to see it. Why? How would this be any different? How, like, am I reading this incorrectly in a way? And there's just something else that I'm supposed to be finding? Or something else I'm supposed to see about it? Oh, oh, oh. So the sun needs to go on top, then the birds, then the island, then the fish. There's an order to it. Okay. I see. So you had to put it on in the order that the things are on the islands. Okay. Puzzles, man. Puzzle games. It's all about changing your perspective sometimes. No, I need birds here. Then islands. And then water. There's water. This one was water. And then fish.
Well, I guess
There we go. Dang, puzzles, dog.
Take it across the river then.
Don't always rely on your journal, is what I've just learned. It's there as a tool to help you, but not as an end-all be-all.
Still now.
Frame rate's a little choppy when we look certain directions. But that's okay. Dark, mysterious forest passageway. Dude. We love to see it. Fade into black. Into the loading screen. Okay. 74 miles east. We've completed chapter 1. Okay. Interesting. So is there like one major puzzle per chapter? Is that what this is? I was kind of expecting it all to be like an open island in a way. I wasn't really expecting short segmented areas.
How long have I been walking? I've lost track of the time.
But I'm okay with that. Chapter 2, the Everheart Expedition. Sometimes it's just about changing your perspective and your
Wow, what is this place?
your mindset. Nice little village here. Dude, let's go.
Better have a look around this abandoned village. Harry's crew might have stayed here. This enormous stone slab looks like a mechanism to get up to the outcrop.
Alright, so this is eventually where we'll need to be. But we don't need to do anything with it now.
A tiki, like something straight out of an adventure novel.
Okay, that's in my notes. Interesting.
The Everheart expedition. They set up camp here.
That mean your husband was around. Let's look for clues. Do we need to interact with each of these tikis?
Could these tikis be some sort of guardians?
They each do look different. Okay. We'll keep that in mind. Oh,
Something's missing inside that emblem.
what about this one? Oh, we can interact with all of them. Let's go, dude.
It's some sort of Polynesian coat of arms. Is that An octopus.
Cthulhu. We knew we'd see that bastard once before he actually makes an appearance.
Looks like some of the crew members didn't get along too well. A forbidden ritual?
A forbidden ritual to open this slab. He's warning us about those ruins. He says that some sort of forbidden ritual took place here.
Fascinating.
These ancient geometric stone structures are not Polynesian. What purpose did they serve?
Let me record it. So, you said you've been on this island before?
Yes. Some years ago. I made a rookie mistake. I detoured from my fishing route to go to what looked like a better spot. Less than an hour had gone. By when suddenly, my va'a, my canoe overturned. And I got this lovely souvenir from that mistake.
Heavens, what gave you that scar?
It's not a what, but a who. I don't know. I didn't get a good look at it. But it seemed like a sea creature I never seen. Anyway, I was lucky enough to reach that white sand beach. The one where we landed on the island. A man came 3 days later and got me out of there. He brought me to the port of Papeete without speaking a single word. Time passed, and I promised myself that I would go on with my life and forget about this damn island.
Why did you agree to return to the island then?
I need to know what happened to me, to discover the truth. I don't know if you get me.
Absolutely.
Is that it? Yep. Wait, so is this the Polynesian guide? No, not that picture. This guy? I don't see a scar. It kind of looks like he has something on his face, like on this side. Not quite sure, though. It may not be him.
So now you believe in magic, old pal?
He gave one of those amulets to each of us. Only Harry kept his.
A Polynesian man covered in tattoos. I'm not sure if he looks angry or scared. Well, what well?
The guy doesn't want to be near the ruins. Why is he so afraid of that well? Okay. I think this cabin has been explored. Let's go make sure we're looking at the other one. Ooh, that one's missing a piece of it. It's got some, but not all.
Composed of 4 pieces. It's broken, but I might as well draw what I can see of it in my journal. Blowing an ancient hatch with dynamite sounds like a fool's errand to me.
So, ancient hat, explosive detonator, 9.5 feet, safe distance. That seems rather close, but okay.
This fella sounds pretty hot-headed.
July 14th, 1934. I came to this godforsaken island for just a few days, and it's been almost 2 weeks already of doing nothing. Is this rich jerk going to open that hatch anytime soon? I'm not going to wait for Mr. Know-It-All again, like I did with the elevator. He better let me handle this situation. We brought dynamite for a reason. Okay, nothing on the back.
I've never cared much for games of chance.
Oh, someone brought a weapon.
I'm not sure what to expect on this island, but I hope I won't regret not having a gun.
We'll find it soon enough.
Nice comb. Who worries this much about their appearance in a place like this?
Nothing else on this mirror. Can't even see my reflection or nothing. Ugh, that's right. I don't have a face! Okay, another weapon gone.
Heat when they came to this island, but they took all the guns with them.
Right, safe means don't die from initial blast. Doesn't mean about any of the rubble or shrapnel flying at you.
Neat. quite a looker. A fashion model, maybe.
To Roy, the best stuntman in Hollywood. Oh, dude. Okay, so I don't always have to rotate items because on the top right, it shows me there's an eye symbol, which means, hey, there's extra information. Nice. That actually saves a lot of time. I just want to double check here.
Looks like this fellow was a real heartbreaker.
That's what it looks like it's saying.
His real name was Costas?
Name of bearer, whatever. Bearer's address, United States. Yep, okay, Los Angeles. In case of accident, notify... Oh my god, that's a lot of names I don't know how to pronounce. Okay. Cool. So this was his little cabin. He brought all the weapons. He likes looking pretty good. Fair enough. Oh, there's more cabins.
Oh, damn it. Someone on the expedition died. What a delicate piece of craftsmanship.
Roy Granger.
I never thought that this expedition would cause anybody's death. I'm sure Harry never thought so either. If he'd known
Well,
this
when your
was
life
going
is
to
in
happen,
danger,
he'd never have
password's
come
not going to
here.
stop whatever's after you.
A farewell message from a friend.
Roy Frank. I guess we'll have to finish our game in the afterlife. Rest in peace, Pally. That's sad. American Dynamite.
Did they use all the dynamite?
It looks pretty empty to me, darling. Holy crap, that's a lot of dynamite, if so. I mean, hey, when you have to blow a latch.
Something's missing here.
We'll find it.
He seems confused, as if he was having a hard time writing this down.
If anyone needs me, I'll be in the medical tent, up on the flat outcrop. After what happens, I better find out more about the, well, Dr. DeWitt. Okay, well. I didn't see if there was anything else. Nope, no eye, so nothing else on there.
They used the emblem as a headstone for Roy's grave. This one resembles a shark.
Cool. Alright. We found another emblem. Interesting.
I hadn't been close to a grave since my mother's burial. Shortly after she died, my lovely Dalmatian spots, as Harry used to call them, appeared. I thought it was nothing at first.
So there's a bunch of tents over there. We gotta figure out a way to get up there at one point or another. Maybe not now, but eventually soon. Oh, is this where the Polynesian dude slept? Because he didn't like being near the ritual site?
Look at this little fella.
Cute.
An amulet with a carved Marquesian cross. The symbol represents balance and protection.
Right, everyone kept theirs except... Well, no one kept theirs except for Harry. Do you want to take this one? Just in case, you know? Maybe? Alright, one final area that we can kind of explore, and then once we do that, I kind of want to go check my journal, all the things that she was writing down.
Oh, I must have found the luxury huts. Pretty swanky.
Hello, little butterfly. Does this one rotate? Oh yeah, it's a puzzle. Okay.
It's been ripped out of something else.
Turtle.
I've seen Harry keep even restaurant checks for bookkeeping. He would never tear up a piece of valuable information.
Alright, let's go. Gonna have to solve this. A little worried about that, but you know. We're gonna have to do what we have to do. I don't know if I have all the pieces though. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. This one's clearly up in the corner. This one's here next to it. And this one's down here somewhere. Don't know exactly where. Somewhere over here, I would assume. Two pieces, this one. Up over here, there's some text on there. This one's got to be... Actually, put this one here. No, that wouldn't work. I think this one goes here. And this one... Can't rotate them. Can't rotate them. Okay. And this one here. And this one not there. Oh, I think this is the fishtail. Okay, it's not a very big piece of paper. Fairly small one. Yeah, a lot skinnier than I thought. I thought it would take up like the whole thing, and I had to find like pieces. No. No, not at all. But that's good to know. It's good to know that it's a small piece of paper. It makes this a lot easier. I mean, it's a regular sized piece of paper. I just thought it was like an entire map, you know? It would take up this entire canvas, per se. Okay, can I take a moment to look at it? Read. Different sea creatures, connection with Tiki, order of the symbols important, family symbols. Okay, so we have turtle, shark, ray, octopus. I don't know what that last one is. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Let's just continue looking around, though. There's still some more stuff to look at. Yeah, it feels like the order to the totems.
Giddy as a schoolboy. Ichor?
Black ooze? Black ichor? Ichor?
Considering how poorly Harry draws, this isn't half bad. Interesting.
Object inserted ancient mechanism. And then the
More
platform goes
drawings.
up. It's an elevator. Okay.
That Frank seems to feel guilty for whatever happened. I feel really bad for him.
Mr. Everhart, I still don't understand what happened. Roy knew just as well as you and me that the black ooze was highly volatile. Okay. I never should have believed him when he said he had your permission. I feel responsible for what happened. Frank. Okay, so there's some black ooze. We gotta be careful of the black
An
ooze.
expedition, Harry, and all just for little old me.
Another little puzzle here.
The Harry Everhart I know would never have given up on this. Something must have happened that kept him from solving it.
Red Frank as fuck. Yo, dude. What a great name. It's my nickname, Frank as fuck. Alright, so frustrating. I'm so close, but I can't find the right combination. Okay. So,
Black ooze. In a telescope?
what? Is there a telescope around here?
Other planes of existence. That's bats.
That's bats. Telegas spectacles lens aligner. After specific alignment, this device concentrates the resonance wave spectrum in an optical impression. Observing the lens will affect the subject's pineal gland, allowing them to gaze into other planes of reality outside the spectrum we consider our dimension. All rights are reserved. Crawford Tingle. Gas. Okay. Oh, there's the telescope.
This explains why the campsite is nearly abandoned.
Tell the others to pack up as fast as they can. We have to get to the black sand beach. Something's happened to the ship. Bring only what's indispensable.
My dear old pal, I know you won't ever read this letter, but I'm accustomed to writing you, and it comforts me in this strange place. This island is riddled with secrets. So many secrets. But I'm not only talking about mechanisms and contraptions, Norah. I dare say that something on the island clouds one's judgment. Otherwise, I don't have an explanation for Roy's actions. The man was arrogant, impulsive, and a little cocky, but he was no fool. We weren't friends by any means, but he didn't deserve what happened to him. Nobody deserves that. We may have made some progress in finding the cure for your illness, but at what price? I miss you so much, Norah. Harry.
He may not say it explicitly, but Harry blames himself for Roy's death. I know him too well.
Wait, I'm
And I miss
confused.
you too, Harry.
I mean, not really confused, but back in the 30s, did married couples refer to each other lovingly as dear old pal? What? It's so weird. Okay, we have no basis for...
Where did you get this strange device, Harry?
What? I just clicked it once and it opened? Okay, interesting. I have no idea what's happening. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just pressing buttons. Uh-oh. Am I doing things right? I don't know what this does. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with this. If anything at all. Okay. Huh. I'm just gonna leave this.
Sure how this thingamajig works, or what to do with it.
I'm just gonna leave that for now. Definitely not sure what that thing's all about just yet.
Something's missing here.
Yeah, a piece of glass. Can we take one from here? Maybe we need to align it first or something? Yeah, it seems like we input a code, but I'm just not
A
sure.
stranded ship.
I don't know, like, where it would have been. We haven't really found anything. Did that red dot move? Wait, did the red dot move? Wasn't it in the center before? Oh yeah, totally, dude. So is it like a set of coordinates, maybe?
Sure how this thingamajig works, or what to do with it.
Alright, let's go back to the tiki. We never really finished this whole thing. So we need to... Jesus. Look at this. And I have no idea what any of that could possibly mean. The green. No? No. Can't be that. Because I was seeing the mouth was green on the top left, the eyes were green on the top right. Then I saw the eyes were also green on the... Oh, do we need to make these all look the same?
The parts of the tiki on this column seem movable.
Okay. Let's just try to get the first one to line up. We need the houses. We got the houses. We got open eyes. These guys with some bags. Open mouth. Okay. And some arms dangling. Dangly arms. What did I do with that? Did I do anything with that? Is this one correct? Angry. Yeah, that one looks correct. Open mouth boy. Yeah, these all look correct, so I'm not exactly sure if there's something else I'm supposed to be doing with this now. Interesting. Is it supposed to be a different one? Maybe. I just like, I feel like they would have mentioned that, you know? That just seems so... like something that should have been mentioned, you know? Yeah, there might be a correct direction. But I don't know, like... the last puzzle that we had like this, there was something like context clues in the environment. And there might just be something I'm missing. Like an order or something. Maybe like the order where we found these guys. So I think it goes turtle, shark, stingray, octopus. So we had to figure out which ones correlate to each of those, right? So like back down on this. I think this is what we're trying to solve, right? Maybe? I don't know. So let's go back down over here. Let's go find the hut with the turtle. And figure out which one goes up first. Hut with the turtle. So the octopus one is last. So smiling teeth is last. Okay. Okay. So number 2 is last. Wait, but what would that do? Do I have to like get it? That's stingray, right? One kind of looks like stingray. That one's missing one. Alright, this was the... no. Wait. Wait. This one didn't have one. This one was missing one. But it had the plaque back here, which is shark. So this one's number 2. Mad face. Wait. Yeah. That one with the piece is the stingray, I believe. I feel like I need an actual piece of paper to write things down on as well. Oh. Dark. Octopus is that boy with the crossed arms. Yeah, that actually, I think, does make sense. And let's just go back to shark real quick. And double check this guy. He was arms down. Yep. Uh-huh. Right, but then I still don't understand how that solves the puzzle, right? That doesn't actually make any sense to me. Something I'm missing. Or I'm not piecing together. Looking through the telescope, nope, okay, I don't care about that. Okay, on that. Goal led to abandoned campsite, remains. Argument between island. That doesn't give us any kind of hints. The problem really being is that it's a circular contraption, so there's really no order per se. It's just like, do I need to make sure that one of them is facing outward? So this guy was turtle. And then we had downward as shark. This map?
Considering how poorly Harry draws, this isn't half
No.
bad.
This is just like a regular map of the area. I feel like this thing is most important, but I don't know what the heck it is. Let's try doing one of these other guys for now. Maybe the missing one, like the half broken stingray, whatever he is. So like with the mouth sticking out, squinty eyes, little these, and what did he have up top? This thing. Doesn't really solve anything. Like, I'm not hearing any, like, clicking or clacking. The problem being is they're all right. If I solve one of them, they're all right. Just based off of how this is working. So it's like either I need to get one facing the right direction, or there's something more to this. I wonder, does it make a different sound? It almost sounded like it was making a different sound when I hit a certain combination. Maybe I need to do the combination? You did figure it out? Do I need to do like one part from each of them? Oh, yeah, okay, but like which part do I use from each of them though? So top needs to be a turtle part. Next needs to be a shark part, stingray, octopus, but which part do I use from each? How do I know which part? I would assume it would be the green parts, but then I look at using that order. Oh, right. Just using that order. Just using that order. The crown, shark, so I need these eyes, okay? And then sticky out mouth, tongue boy, and then crossed arms. Yeah. Dang. Let's go, dude. Change your perspective. Order. It's just like, it's so obvious when you stop and you think about it. But like at the moment, we were like, derp, derp, derp.
What kind of stone is this? I've never seen any substance quite like
Fantastic.
it. It feels disturbing.
Is that the black ooh? Is that the ichor flowing through it?
What kind of stone is this? I've never seen any substance quite like it. It feels
Yeah.
disturbing.
Alright, so we have that. What's this
This
thing?
appears to be the shrine of a Polynesian chieftain.
Interesting.
Impressive work. Is that a fish pattern?
Yo, dude, I love this. That looks so cool. I would hang that on my wall. Alright, so the question really does become, like, what's up with the telescope and the contraption over here? What's this all about? There's something missing, is what it says.
Jeepers, a stranded ship.
Oh, wait.
I'm not really sure how this
No.
thingamajig works, or what to do with it.
Yeah, we don't really have any clues, you're right. I was just kind of hoping we could stumble into it, you know? Hey, am I just supposed to fill up this map with black ink? Hold on. Probably not, but still. Anyways, I'm probably gonna reset it later.
Sure how this thingamajig
Let's go
works,
to the
or
elevator
what to
then.
do with it.
That's one puzzle solved. We'll come back to it. Hopefully. Man, puzzle games are my weakness. I suck at them, but like the mystery of it is actually fun, and it can be enjoyable to figure it out and be able to progress after spending so much time with one.
How is that possible? What fascinating technology.
Okay. What the hell is this? It's a button? Yep. It is in fact an elevator. Another campsite up here.
Oh my goodness, what happened here?
The Black Ichor. The camps, the medical facility that they were talking about.
That black ooze again.
July 14th, 1934. The imbecile Roy blew up the hatch to smithereens and blew himself up with it. Whoops. Don't worry, Doc. I have Mr. Don't worry, Doc. I have Mr. Everhart's okay, and this just is a controlled detonation. Ha! 3 feet closer, and I would have been here to tell the story. I wouldn't have been here to tell the story. I got splashed with that black ooze, and it took me the whole damn evening to clean it off. Yeah, they were not. They were not at all. Anyone with half a brain would have told you that was too close.
Alterations. Like the ones on my hands.
July 15th, 1934. Skin alterations appeared on my left hand today, similar to angiomas, allergic eczema, cyanosis. Let's hope not. I took some samples of my blood to analyze. Asked for a photo of of Everhart's wife's hands. Okay. Similar to mine, possibly. July 17th. Spots on my skin are moving. I can feel them. I guess it just guts off there. Is there someone in the well? I can hear voices at night. In fact, I could swear they're calling my name. And who's playing that music? Ooh, they're starting to become mentally unstable.
Cripes. This man was splashed with that black liquid.
Who is taking that photo like that close?
Whoever took this picture must have a really cool head. Those spots look all too familiar. Is this
Oops.
a picture of my hand?
Interesting how they got that. I'll take some of those lenses, please.
Erythrocytes. Aren't those red blood cells?
Undefined substance pulsating affecting erythrocytes. 1246 and 0 underlined. 6 to 8,000. I don't know any of this, what this means. I mean, those are cells, right? I can't really write it down, though. She does it of her own accord when something's important.
Heavens, he's losing his mind.
Ops, stop playing the music, stop playing it, stop it, that's enough. I like it very much. Alright, we'll keep that in mind.
I can't stand the smell of medical equipment.
But the
Reminds
problem
me of
really
my
being
illness.
that if she hasn't written it down, then there might not be a point to it.
I'd better not touch it. And given what happened, they shouldn't have either.
Oh. Oh, that's a very ominous looking thing. I don't really enjoy
Is this stone
looking at
structure
it.
a hatch of some sort?
Alright, well, I guess we'll go down in there. I have a feeling we'll come back to the campsite for sure.
I'm going down. Come on, Norah. Deep breath.
I'm hearing voices. This makes me uncomfortable.
Is somebody whispering? Hello? Is anyone down here?
Yeah, she had the spots on her hands before in the game. She wears the gloves so that people don't get freaked out by it.
I can press these star-shaped tiles.
Okay, let's not do anything with that just yet. I did something. Interesting. 25% of the story logs already? Wow, okay. Been only playing for an hour, 34 minutes. It's like they were worshipping stars or something. Or collecting power from the stars? I'm not quite sure what that is. What the heck are these? It looks like they're, I would assume, if you read it this way, almost like they're collecting the souls or something, the life essence, and like collecting them in these like bowls or basins.
You were close to something here, Harry. Let me see if I can solve it.
Rituals, other realities, forgotten civilizations, not Polynesian. Black ooze used to replicate ritual. Check Telegas pamphlet. Trilogas pamphlet.
Well, this looks like another job by Handyman Harry.
Okay. Doesn't really tell us anything. Got it.
Maybe
It's so
he heard
bright.
the whispers too.
Mr. Iverhart, the doctor's been acting like an oddball ever since he was splashed with that black ooze, and he's got worse after moving to the top of the cliff. Keep an eye on him, Frank. Yeah, I definitely would have stuck around. No way, no how. Okay, this is a shortcut that we just found.
Well, that was easy. This should save some time.
Right. Check Telegas pamphlet. But what does that do, per se? Okay. There was the puzzle down there that we never interacted with. But at the same time, hold on. There was something else. Let's just reset this thing real quick. Ladder's so sketch.
I'm not really sure how this thingamajig works. Or what
It
to
was
do with
this. Weren't these the dots that were on the eyes down in the well? Yeah, that one's hard to tell. I guess we have to go back, because I really can't imagine what else we need to do. But that's always the problem, is we just need to, again, change our perspective on things. And see it for what it is. But I never really looked at like all the symbols down there, so let's go actually take a real investigative eye. I don't like the voices in here, man.
Do they have 2 pupils? Are these ornamental? Or something else? Were these eyes related to the ritual?
This one's got the black ooze coming out of it, and I hear all the voices out of this one the most.
This eye, is it calling to me? I feel disoriented down here.
Okay, that's her boy right there. The 2 pupils down in the bottom.
I almost feel as if they're watching me.
What these stars mean, I have absolutely no idea.
Were these eyes related to the ritual?
Okay. Is it oriented like down here? Oh, follow the ooze.
Another eye. I hear whispering.
Follow the ooze. Alright, that's 2. Where's... There it is. Because she keeps on writing new stuff down, so... Some combination.
I hear it. I'd better draw it just in case. The whispering, it stopped. Was I imagining all that?
I don't like that. I didn't like that at all. Okay, so she wrote down the 3 different pupils. I climbed down the well that's Henry's crew blew open. A series of strange eyes were depicted on the walls. They were calling me, guiding me. Am I losing my mind? And then she drew just a regular eye. Weird. That's the answer to the dots, yeah. Yep. We'll have to replicate that pattern on the map. Cool. I didn't think that would be so creepy, but here we are. It was almost like Commander Shepard going through the Prothean beacons back in Mass Effect. Going slightly crazy. Alright, the question is, where am I going to have to start these things, though, right? It's all well and dandy that we have this, but, like... Looks like the middle needs to... I think I'll start there. And the middle needs to be, like, medium-sized dot. Like that, maybe? And then above it needs to be a small dot. And then below needs to be a little bit larger dot. I don't think this is right. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. What about this one in the... here? It looked like it needed to be a rather big dot as well. I don't think this is correct. Not exactly sure what it's asking me to create here. Like, I understand it's kind of the pattern, but what does it all mean in the end, you know? Do I need to do one of the eyes versus any of the others? She didn't say anything this time. Oh, I messed up one of the locations? Did I? Oh, one of them's too big, yeah? up in one. Oh, it needs to go up one. Hold on. Up here? I don't know, that doesn't seem right. Maybe, was I mistaken what you're saying? The meter seems a little sus. I didn't even pay attention to the meter. Does it need to be optimal in the center? Or was it this one that I put up last? Now I don't remember. That one was right. So this one needed to go up, right? All right, let's take it one at a time. So I have I have big, I have medium, yeah, delay's making it hard. So the one that I'm on right now, does it need to be moved up one? Does it need to be bigger or smaller? Actually, I think that one's good. I think, what is it? Oh man, it's so hard to navigate this thing. I think this one needs to go up one, right? I think this one's wrong. I think it needs to be in the center. I have two big ones. This one should be fine. This one might be incorrect as well. The very left needs to go up one. And this was a medium-sized one. Okay, no, that one should be a small one, right? That should be a small one. And then does the... God, can I navigate to this one? Does this one need to go over? Does this need to go to the left? I think it's good now. I feel like it would have solved itself. The problem being is like nothing really got solved, right? That's why I don't think it's right. Yeah, right? Now I'm unsure. It's got to be something with that meter, too. Like, I think that meter needs to be in the center. And I had it bust... Oh, shit. Now it's still over there. Crap. Oh, okay. Nope, it reset. Maybe... Yeah, so did I, but maybe center? I don't really know. Yeah, that's as big as it goes. So that's top dog. So I think I need 2 really big ones, but this one should be medium. This one should be really big. And then one shot the one. Also really big. This one's small. Actually, this one might need to go over here. Dang, bro. There's got to be some pattern. But the question really being, hold on. We never did anything with the stars that were down in the well. Did we? Yeah, I think we're missing something again. This 6-hour game is gonna take me 20, just with my stupidity. Alright, hold on. There was something with these stars. I could push them down, and I never did anything with them. Okay, if we're looking at it like this, maybe. Ow. This one's glowing. Why? Nope. Not that. Alright, look for any other... Okay. Golden stars, huh? Why? Oh! Interesting. I don't know what I'm doing here, but somehow I'm creating a path of goo. Oh, that didn't work. Golden star is the starting point, yeah. That didn't work. Is this one possibly not right? Was I not supposed to use that one? Okay, okay. That can't be it. Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't it. Yeah, the question just being is like, what kind of pattern, you know? I am Confucius. Well, this might not be a game that I finish. Is the ooze coming out of specific holes important, do you think? For that spectrograph puzzle? It doesn't come out of both holes. There's something with these stars that I just don't know. Not a bad try. Let's just double check. It's all out of the larger pores, right? Let's just double check. Yep. Yep. So bottom right and middle. So bottom right and middle. That's where the ooze is coming out. We only need to put in 3 instead of the 6. Hi, yes, climb ladder, please. Okay. Why can we see that one little piece? Like, I don't understand that. That wasn't it. I really do think we need to put all those pieces there. I just don't know. I mean, he's even said, like, I've tried all the combinations. God, if it's the combination that's, like, on these dots, like, over here, I feel his frustration. You feel close, you're just not quite there. You're not quite sure why.
Jeepers, a stranded ship.
Yeah, we already know about that.
Something's missing here.
Just counting the number of spots we have. When we figure this out, we're gonna feel like baby back idiots. Oh wait, no, the bottom one isn't full yet. Hold on. Bottom one isn't full. There it is. Somehow we just were one off.
I think I solved it.
Yep, so we were just one off. We had the right idea. My placement was just wrong.
With this lens.
My placement was just wrong. Damn it. Okay. My placement was just wrong on one of them. I'm not quite sure. I think it was the topmost one. I don't think I had the topmost run correctly.
It fits.
The bottom one was on the worst way? Yeah. One of them was. It doesn't matter. We figured it out. And we're seeing the stars now.
What?
There's the
What
pattern.
on earth? What is happening?
It was the top guy? Yeah. Alright, so we have the pattern
My
for the
God.
stars.
What was that I saw? What were those stars?
It's always like the stupidest little thing, right? And it's just like, you know, you have the right idea. You just being a puzzle idiot. I was just, yeah, easy. First try. We just got some first tries in there. Definitely didn't struggle on that. That's alright. Puzzle games are gonna puzzle. Anyways. Let's hope that we never get stranded on a deserted island with some kind of like Cthulhu mystery. We'll be fucked. Okay, so we start here. Go. And then we jump up to this one. And this one. Right? And then we can hit these two. And it looks like, I always thought the stones would block them, but it doesn't look like those stones will block. So the goo will still go underneath. Okay. That was my mistake on that puzzle. And then here and here? Yep. Did I do it wrong? It reset itself. In the right or wrong way? I heard a ka-chink. Nah, it was wrong. Okay. Here. Here. Oops. Here. Here. Come across. Come across. Oops. Too quick. This one. Back up to this one. And then this one? No. Maybe? Is it this one?
Right, looks like
Yep.
I solved it.
Okay. I just thought it was a little too close, but no, it was.
Great Scott!
The ooze!
That's black ooze! No,
Yeah.
what's happening?
Just go for the ladder, girl.
I'm feeling again.
Should've gone for the ladder. Her damn sickness prevented her from being smart. Anyways, that's chapter 2 done. Easy. First try. No troubles.
What is this? Where am I? Am I dreaming again?
Can I move my camera? Oh, I can. She's auto
is
walking,
different.
but I can
It isn't
move my camera.
recurrent dream.
Yeah, I would have been like,
Stop walking.
push the button while
My
also
legs
reaching for the
aren't
ladder.
responding.
Alright, this is an on-rails... It's gonna turn into an on-rail shooter after this. Somehow she's making it to these other
Holy
stone
Moses,
platforms.
What
How
is
did she...
that creature on the horizon?
Creature? Somehow she's like floating over the water or something. It's kind of weird, champ. Is that a creature? Oh my god, it is. There's eyes and everything too. I thought it was a building.
No, no, no! Ah!
Okay, we can swim
I
faster.
can breathe. Underwater.
She's a Cthulhu creature. She's Cthulhu reincarnated. Let's go, dude. We're like human form
I
Cthulhu.
have to find...
Yo, I want to go visit that creature. Daddy creature. Oh, hello.
What is that?
I
What
don't
kind
know
of
if
creature is this?
I don't know if I want to figure that out.
I need to get a closer look.
The call to the void is real. Oh. Oh. I'm some kind of like sea creature. Yo, let's go. I hate being human. Let me change into monster mommy, please. Slimy skinned monster mommy. This game is gonna be like a prequel to a Resident Evil. It turns out I'm a bioweapon.
What happened? get to this beach? Oh, I have a terrible headache.
Oh, this is the beach with the black sand, though. This is where they wanted to evacuate. The vanishing of the Lady Shannon. The green sky with the lightning.
That ship.
Hello?
Torn
Oh, it's a
apart
light.
and cast so far up the beach. What on earth could have happened to it? I wonder what else could be seen beyond these shores.
Can I turn this on? No, doesn't look like it.
Ropes are frayed, and there are strange marks on the wooden pole.
Did you want to write those down?
Ropes are frayed, and
Nope.
there are
Not important.
strange marks on the
Almost looks
wooden
like someone
pole.
chopped it, right? It was like wrapped around here, and then someone chopped it with an axe or something. Interesting. Okay, some kind of campsite over here. I'm curious to see if I can go in here and discover anything.
Dead as a doornail.
Okay, follow the
My
line.
God. The ship's hull was ripped open. A few jagged rocks couldn't have caused a gash of this size.
Suddenly we can't hear the wind anymore. Alright, let's go, dude. Follow the wires. Up. And around. I lost him. Okay. Well, cool. Ladder over there. Leading up to a light. Anything over in this direction? Rocks. There's a bunch of rocks. Don't worry about that. Nothing over here. Okay. Ladder's our thing. Now there we go. Now I am wondering if I should have gone to the campsite first. There might be a puzzle in here that we
This place gives me the
don't have
creeps.
all the information for. But also, we might just be turning on the electricity, and that could help us solve something else.
I can't see any trace of the ship's crew, nor their remains.
This is a puzzle. Gotcha. Let's go. Don't get into the red zone?
This isn't right.
Okay. Yo, let's go, dude.
I'll try again.
Solving puzzles like a champ. Engineer. Let's
Now,
go.
What exactly did I turn on?
Something outside, most likely. This is where you start getting the creeps? Nah. Well, I also don't like boats. I don't really like boats at all. It's claustrophobic.
That voice.
But also I don't like open water.
Harry?
And the sound of creaking boats always terrifies me.
Just a recording.
Yeah, but you know, I'm putting myself in her shoes.
The ship was whaling not far from here. Even the crew of the ship that brought Harry's expedition to this island were afraid of it.
8:25 a.m. We delivered the 6 members of the Everhart expedition to the island without incident. We'll come back to pick them up again in 3 weeks, if there's anything left to pick up by then. 12:40 p.m. Left the island after lunch, no incidents. June 31st, 6 a.m. The area nearby seems adequate for whaling. Might get a good catch.
This is the captain's last entry.
July 14th, 10:25 a.m. Good weather and clear sailing until a surprise undercurrent shook the ship. I haven't seen the sea that rough in years. 17:25. The first mate swears he saw a huge sea creature near our hull shortly afterwards. Definitely not a whale.
Frank is certainly a resourceful man.
I've wired up your message to the radio like you asked, Mr. Everhart. It'll keep broadcasting as long as this ship's got fuel. God help us. Frank. We'll get to that in just a second.
And I was completely covered in that black goo. I wonder what it'll do to me.
Everything on this rotten island has something to do with that damn black ooze in one way or another. Even Dr. DeWitt's irrational behavior seems to be related to his getting exposed to that awful liquid.
The black ooze's properties are perplexing.
Black ooze test changes its consistency / levitates when exposed to different vibration frequencies. What? Levitates?
Maybe the legend is more real than it seems.
On the island of Penape, I don't know, there's a city called Non-Modal that's composed entirely of large basalt structures. Legends has it that the city was built with floating stones moved by black magic. Black magic ooze. They float the stones.
What were you looking for in the heart of the island?
I was thinking this expedition had failed and was worried about how we'd get back home. Then I found those stairs that led me to the giant stone organ? It might be another way to get to the very heart of the island. In this case, there's nothing we can do until someone hears our distress call. Organ? Okay, it did an autosave.
Apparently, Harry's expedition waited for a long time to be rescued.
Maybe it's because I turned power off of here. And that will allow me to get power somewhere else. Well, that's...
These knobs must control the vibrations inside this chamber.
Oh. Oh, okay. I had to get them all even? Or to the top? We have no idea what we're supposed to do with this. I can't go anywhere else except for just like using the knobs. We don't have any extra information, so there is something else that we need, most likely outside, that we need to find out first. So we definitely don't have any information that we would need. Okay, let's go back outside and wait, Oregon? Is this the Goonies? We need to go back out and explore that campsite and maybe that little cave that we found.
Only God knows how long I've been covered in this black liquid. I wonder what it's going to do to me. Although I doubt anything could be worse than my illness.
I mean, your illness seems kind of annoying and bad, but there are much worse things. Don't jinx yourself like that, lady. You could meet Cthulhu and burn your eyeballs and explode your brain. Okay, that's already... Actually, wait.
No power.
Okay. Oh, it's that. I was like, what is Chingalinging? Interesting.
Looks like they took items from the stranded ship.
Yep. We'll get there in just a second. Let's see what's on the back side of the ship real quick. There is something. There's multiple things. Okay.
Some kind of improvised workshop. This must be the highest part of the island. And that diamond shape again. How striking. You made it work. You made it work, Harry. Now it's my turn.
Interesting. Good morning, crew. Sorry for the reveille this morning. I didn't expect you to wake up all of you with that noise from the awful organ. The good news is that the organ revealed the entrance to a temple. The bad news is that the temple is on the mountaintop, so I hope you're in the mood for a good hike. All joking aside, if the temple has the answer that I'm looking for, we can finally leave this damn island and go home. Thank you for sticking with me, Harry. Okay, you can interact with that. Part of the hall, I'm assuming.
So this is the reason the ship was scavenged.
Frank, if we want to enter the temple on the mountaintop, we'll have to reproduce the effects of the organ somehow. I know we weren't planning on this, but we have to. Build a machine with whatever we can lay our hands on from the Lady Shannon. Do you think we can do that?
What kind of machine were you building? What kind of machine
Oh, I can't actually like
were
look
you
at it.
building?
Okay. The hell is this?
Blowtorch.
Blowtorch?
Looks like it's been used a lot.
Alright, so they were taking scraps. Looks like I can go all the way that way. Man, there's a lot to explore around this area. Well, okay. Probably should have gone to the campsite. Oh, that goes all the way up? Oh, I can't get up there. Yeah, I can't do anything over there. Let's go over to this little ramp. See where this leads. I feel like this might be a little jumping.
When I get back home, I'm going to read up on engineering. I've been interested in knowing how things work since I was a child, but I always thought technology wasn't for me. What nonsense.
I feel like I'm jumping over some stuff, but this is how I explore things, so we'll just have to deal with it. Every time I see one of these lamps, I think it's a person. It creeps me out.
That huge stone door looks like an exit. How does it open?
Okay.
This ornate structure certainly isn't natural, but not man-made either.
There's something going on with this.
This feels ominous.
Okay. That opens. I'm not sure why. That's another puzzle. Okay, we got half moon. Full moon. Right. Clearly not something I'm supposed to be doing right now. The ooze being blocked.
Must
Open,
be instructions
close.
to operate this bizarre structure.
Open, close, turning the organ by opening and closing the right tubes. Open is with diamond top, black bottom. Okay, so as it is right now, I again think I'm skipping things. So we have the ship, then we have a bunch of blank spaces. So I think I need to go back to the campsite. Jesus Christ, dude, that was loud. It's 2. Oh, there's some over here. Okay, that one's open. Okay. Look around in all the places for little diamonds.
Those symbols seem to indicate the height of the tide.
Full diamond, quarter diamond, half, quarter, plank. What? Still missing single. Still missing one of them. Was I able to go down further around here? Kind of. I think I need to go investigate that. I think I was a little too hasty. What's up, Fire? How you doing today? Happy Monday to you. We are busy getting lost in... Oh, hold on. Here's a diamond. Lost and confused in Call of the Sea. Very interesting game that we have absolutely no idea what's happening, but still are having fun with. Maybe I needed to close all of the... Maybe I need to close all of them instead of opening them? Or only some of them? Again, I feel like I'm missing a bunch of stuff, so I'm going to go back to the campsite and forego this puzzle for now. I'm sure I could figure it out if I want to. Well, let's go do it in the order of the journal.
I'm scared of storms. When I was a child, I used to cover myself with the sheets to not listen to the noise of thunder. I honestly doubt I'd like to cover myself with anything in here.
Alright, so first thing I want to do is go investigate whatever was in that little pit over here. That might be something that gives us a hint. It may just be extra journal entry lore.
A burned photo. I can't make out what's in it.
Interesting. Okay. That didn't mean anything. Yeah, there's definitely an order, that's for sure. I just don't know it. Okay, so this makeshift campsite, and I think we need to like get the power on through here.
It's too dark to see anything inside the tents. I should find a way to... These two fellas seem to get along pretty well.
Okay, she did say gotta find a way to turn on the power.
I'm glad you stayed by his side, whoever you are.
Frank, I understand what you're saying, but we can't leave Harry here alone. I know you must be thinking I'm only interested in a scoop, but what would you do if it was your wife who was sick? Would you let her die? I'm staying here to the end. Not that. This.
Looks like Frank wanted to leave, but I don't know if Harry ever read this letter.
Miss Ward, our lives are in grave danger on this island. Look what happened to Dr. DeWitt. The man is going completely bananas. I really think we should get off this island as soon as possible. Mr. Everhart was determined to leave until he found that organ thing. Do I have your support in trying to convince him? Alright, it is fairly dark in here. I'm not sure
Tools are hair-raising.
if we'll figure out the answer of turning on the power in this camp until we do something in the ship. So it looks like we need to get the power to flow so that I can turn on this one. And then each of those boxes will lead to something else. Right? That seems pretty... The black might have different applications. Ooze react to different sounds, frequencies, and some can even make it float in the air. I feel like we've done everything in the ship, though.
I believe Harry visited this exposition when he was looking for answers for my...
I'm going a little fast.
My God, look at his contorted face. Is this what's going to happen to me?
It took the 4 of us to subdue him. Where did he get his strength?
Those footprints definitely do not look human. This picture is taken from a distance. What is he doing? Floating rocks?
The doctor seems to be whispering to some rocks. Are they floating? Okay, still a bunch of just journals. What's this?
Photographic film.
Typewriter? Is that one of the books that says it came from beyond?
Did he take some amulets from the other campsite? Or did he carve some more? What kind of doodad is this?
Jesus, there's going to be a lot of puzzles in this area. Can I play notes? It's hard to see the blue. Hey, no, that works. I can't move it to anything else. It's just a switch in the keys. Is that the Infinity Gauntlet right there? What the hell? Okay. Bunch of puzzly stuff that I'm still
Rock stained with black ooze.
not
Looks like the
prepared for.
prototype of something. It might need
Yeah.
it might need to be turned on.
Definitely need power in here. Okay. I think we need to go back into the ship and figure something out. Maybe those floating rocks are like an energy machine or something of that nature.
The expedition only has 5 members now.
Creepy clanging ship is creepy, dude. I hate it. Hate it so much. Alright, back in here. What can we figure out that's happening in here? No? Oh god, that's right. I always forget you have to climb the ladder by clicking the thing, not just walking up to it like every other video game. Yeah, figured that out. You hear that? Tink? Tink sound? I don't hear it anymore, which is weird. This has been activated. Can't interact with any more of this, so there's no like rerouting the power in any way. Oh, wait. Who was this? It was that the whole time. Okay, let's just go back in here and just double check. Still don't know what's going on with that floating rock stuff. Oh, wait. Oh. I really screwed the pooch on this one, to be honest with you. Let's go, dude.
I've
Okay.
down those numbers in my journal.
That was a combination of some sort. I'm not quite sure what that's gonna lead to. But I think we're done in this ship. Since I found the little power panel over here as well, that should lead over to the next one, which was outside. Those floating frequency rock puzzles right there, that was just complete guesswork. There was no way that I could have just been like, oh, you just gotta click it 4 to the left and 5 to the right in order to solve it. That was just complete guesswork. But it worked. But I'll take it. I will take it.
At last, some light. That should make things easier.
Okay. We got a bit of light in this area. Let's turn on this one next. Light into the next area. Let's just go see if we can find any of the boxes. I don't know if there's any others. That might be it. That might be it. Cool. Okay, so let's go figure out what is going on over in this section first. Because there was some kind of plant structure going on. I don't think there's anything crazy over in this section. This is just a nice little hut. Okay, this is the main one. We've seen that picture before. Oh, read that one.
These medical tools are hair-raising. The doctor was certainly well supplied with all kinds of substances. Oh dear, this doc was a certifiable loon.
Yesterday the stones danced with my song. My song, Mission, they've let... Okay, everything is tuned. This place, there's a treasure in scat... Okay. Understood all of that, for sure.
White fedora. It's really dirty. A handkerchief with the letters EDW embroidered on it. It's stained with blood and black ooze. Discarded clothing. It hasn't been worn in a long time.
I thought there was definitely going to be more to do in this little area. But let's go into this one where the dark room was. Maybe we can finally figure something out.
Eric Zan fella. A pulp magazine. I love Chandra Hogarth stories.
The little hint. The house at the end of the world.
A portable typewriter. Someone here had a green thumb.
Warden Blake News Agency, huh? Cults and Rituals, an interview with Inspector John Raymond Lagrassi.
Goodness me, what a collection of happy news.
Strange incident in Massachusetts. The Gardner family vanishes from their Arkham farm. Arkham farm.
Oh my.
Robert Sudam and her wife found dead at high seas.
So, is this recording? Well, shouldn't we be listening to something, Frank?
I have assembled and disassembled it twice. So it should be fixed, Mr. Everhart. I don't know. Maybe it was never meant to play music.
Wait. Where have you been this whole time?
Oh my god. He's got a knife.
Get off me, you lunatic!
Hold him! Hold him for Christ's sake! Call De Aroa, quick!
So that was right when they needed to tie him up.
He's repairing my old music box. Attack? What attack?
Frank trying to repair Harry's music box just before the attack. So like the music drove him sick. Crazy or something?
What happened on this ship?
Do I need to go back in the ship? Weird. Oh, we've already seen that one. Okay. So I think the next part is just in that other area over there. Let's just see what's this.
Someone took notes about some important dates.
June 30th, arrival on the island. July 1st, we set up a camp. June 14th, Roy blows up the wall's hatch. June 24th, we strike camp and move to the beach. July 14th, last entry in the Lady Shannon ship log. Same day. Things happen in Massachusetts. All the things happen in Massachusetts. Salem, witch trials. Okay, now that the power's back on, we may be able to do something with all this. Okay, hold on.
These symbols are linked to the piano keys.
Okay. Okay. We have a bit of a
Look
hint.
at the size of these stones.
South Pacific Expeditions, megalithic basalt stones. God, the frame rate just dipped around here so bad. Tide levels, measurements, Harry Everett. What does this do? Just turns it off, okay.
I hope you didn't borrow this slide projector from the University of Denver, old pal.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to remember that, I think. Oh, Lord have mercy. Wait, what? Oh, crap, they shift. She wouldn't write it down if it wasn't important.
I think this is the right one.
Okay, we found the right one. I don't know how or why. I don't understand why, but okay.
How can someone build something like this out of stone?
Section C, basalt structure, huge stone pipe organ. Oh, so it's not like an actual physical organ, it's just like a piano organ. Okay, ways to push air through carved stone tubes. Interesting.
You always did have a good ear, Harry.
I've been studying this structure for the last few days. The tones it emits changes consistently with the tides. Okay.
Captain Hodgson told me that knowing the lunar cycles is useful for better navigation at night. So Harry probably took this calendar from the Lady Shannon.
Okay, so there was a piano puzzle here. We need to hit 1. 2. 3. 4. I don't know what she's writing down, but okay. Oh wait, do I need to transcribe these? Oh, well. She's writing a bunch of stuff in here. $34, 349 HZ, 392 HZ. Oh wait, whoa, there's a bunch of numbers there. Holy crap. I need 262 HZ, which is 1. Okay. 349. The stars, okay. So far left, middle, and then 415. I need a third key, third black key. Okay. And it's really hard to navigate this in sometimes. Jesus. Just go over. You have to like go up, over, and down. That's annoying. And then it was middle key. And then black key. Yeah, third black key. Is that not it?
It's well tuned. I expected no less from you, old pal.
Was that not the puzzle? Is it based off the sea level? Do I need to get the sea level up first? Or maybe I need to transcribe it because it's a different day? What day is it? I don't even know. It's November 7th. So it's the new moon. So that means I need to change the order. So do I need to... I need to do, like, this one first? No, that's 440? That's not what I wanted. I wanted 392. I think this was 392. Oops. Okay. 392. Or 15. Two and then 4, okay. That wasn't it. Cool, that wasn't it. Do I need to do something with the sea levels first back at the organ? What the hell are these things for? It's so dark up here, holy Christmas.
Sometimes I still doubt whether this isn't just some ghastly dream.
Oh, really, dude? No. Can't be thinking about this kind of stuff while you're trying to prepare for your test.
It's the first time since I got sick that I feel useful. Harry is depending on me, and not the other way around.
Yeah, I'm not too good at the logic puzzles. Now I'm having, like, test anxiety for you, dog. If that's what you've been doing. Ugh.
What odd structure. It doesn't look like a building, though.
There's, like, 3 floating rocks. Oh, there's some ooze. Huh. Alright, well that didn't really answer any questions. You know it's the 7th. It says this is the right one. That's the pattern that I have. That's the one that I was playing. We haven't really gotten anything new in our log yet, indicating that I've done anything right or wrong. Unknown structure biographies, different answers. Title organs emits musical that when weaker water pushes air through its tubes.
A rock stained with black ooze. Looks like the prototype of something.
Yeah, it definitely makes my head hurt. Because there's something that you're like supposed to figure out. It's like once you figure out what you're supposed to do, it makes a bit more sense, but there's something like missing here, right? Because today's the 7th. We know that. And it said like this pattern has now changed into a new pattern because of the way the tide is right now, where the sea level is. So I tried replaying the tune in that order, but didn't really seem to work. She was writing down a bunch of the codes that appeared when I played. Problem is there's just one of these things, right? There's only one number set, so I don't know if I have to find like the right one. And then 4. Wasn't it? Alright, it might be one of those things where I need to take a step back. Been playing for 3 hours and just kind of think about things for a second. So I'm probably just going to take a quick little break, figure things out. Hopefully, when we get back, I'm going to go grab some more water and possibly a snack. And we'll see what we can do. Maybe with the organ, maybe with the piano. Not quite sure. We'll figure something out. Maybe I had to play all those notes in order to figure out what's going on with this thing in the end. Who freaking knows? But I'll be right back. That I can think of is going back and playing with this organ. Mostly because we have this tide, the sea level thing. And then we also had those symbols that I was like opening up with like the half moon, full moon thing. Maybe the piano has nothing to do with it. Maybe the piano was only to get like codes. Maybe. So there's a chance that we can solve something up here. I honestly don't know. We need to take a good look at these symbols because we never really did. That's a 1, right? What else do I need? So maybe I need to do the 262, 349, 415. The question is, do I need to close all of these or keep them open? Where was the one with the tide? I mean, even though we pretty much know what the tide is, let's just go double check real quick. No, it wasn't this one. It was the other set of stairs. What I'm thinking here is this is the actual puzzle with those symbols off to the top right, and not the piano. I think the piano, by playing all the keys, gave us the code for this puzzle, is what I'm thinking. With the floating rocks from the ship in the end. So yeah, we know that we know the tide level.
To indicate the height of the tide.
And we did have one. God, where was it again? I think it was up here that says open and close, right? This is open, but we may need to close some of them. Okay, so 262 is the 1 symbol. So that needs to be open. So every other symbol needs to be... So the 1, the 4, and 2. 1, 2, and 4. Those are the only ones that need to be open, possibly. So let's close this one. Let's keep that one open. It's 2. No, that's 2. Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? Yeah, even worse though, it's puzzle time, and you know how just god-awful I am at puzzles, so... 4 needs to stay open. It could be worse indeed, for sure. I feel like I'm still missing some of these pieces. I feel like there were a lot more pieces, and I'm missing some. I did not need this one open. There's definitely some trickery in this game. Okay, that one's closed. Are there any other hidden ones that I... Oh, this wasn't the 4 that I needed. I need the 4 diamonds. Okay, not the 4 triangles. I could be flying around a planet for a goddamn hour looking for a freaking bacterial. I mean, you done it to yourself, my boy. You done it to yourself. Okay, possibly? And then we need to... It's a new moon. So this is open and empty. That wasn't it. In the end of the day, that wasn't it. I still just don't know why you do it. I guess it's like the end of the day, it's just like, you do all this stuff for what? Like, what's the point? Do you shoot better? Do you get better guns? Better ship? Tune the organ. Maybe I need to keep those ones closed instead of open. Maybe I just did it in the wrong order. Black ooze is in fact going through the ones that I thought would be it. But maybe I need to do the opposite. Or maybe I'm just being a goddamn idiot. Let's close this one. Yeah, I guess I kind of get it. I also just, like, don't at the same time, because, like, I just don't really find enjoyment for playing games just to unlock more stuff, just to be able to unlock more stuff faster. So, part of me gets it, but part of me is like, what? That wasn't it either. Holy Christmas. No, I only have 3 goos going. Hold on, this should actually work. There it is. The goo worked. I was wrong. The goo is the ones that are open. Not the other way around. Jesus, that took way too long to figure out, but Lord have mercy. Is that chapter 3? Seaside Serenade. Okay. Is that a secret achievement? Was I not supposed to do this? Or, you know, do this later? What the heck is going on here? That's a lockbox of some sort with a letter.
My dear old pal, I think I'm getting closer to understanding what is happening to you, but it is taking a toll on my sanity. As fascinating as this island and its ancient and unfathomable wonders may seem, it's also a place plagued with misfortune and calamities. We lost Roy at the campsite. We almost lost our engineer on this beach. The doctor went mad and stabbed him with a strange knife. And all because of this island, Norah. Initially, we were optimistic and in high spirits, but now we've all become resentful and discouraged. Even I can feel how I am constantly assaulted by dark thoughts. Anyway, if what I am going through here helps me find you a cure, it'll have been worth it. I hope to find an answer in the temple on that mountain peak. Love you always, Harry.
My poor Harry. He is worried, exhausted, disheartened. I will find you, my love.
Alright, Eps, thanks for stopping by, man. Sorry, I just wanted to let that play for a second.
Let's see what the next one does.
Okay, that's a giant obelisk that came out. Oh, right, there was that giant stone door. I forgot about that. We should be able to enter that now, maybe? I wasn't expecting the vocals.
That's it. That's where Harry must have gone.
The music just got intense. What the hell?
I'm not sure why, but I don't feel this island is dangerous. Maybe it's because I haven't spent as much time here as Harry did.
Lady, are you insane? Like, there's mystical powers coursing through this entire land, and you're like, I don't feel it's dangerous. It seems pretty normal to me. What kind of life have you been living where this is not dangerous to you? On to the next chapter then, where we can find another puzzle to be confused by. Can't wait. The vanishing of Lady Sharon has been complete.
That was quite a hike.
Chapter 4. Quite a show. Can definitely say things look beautiful. The environment is definitely fun. I love the stylized nature of it.
I'm at the top of the mountain. I can see that giant diamond-shaped thing really close from here.
And should we be worried about it is the real question.
Took me a while to get here, but the views are worth it.
Alright, so more electricity up here.
So refreshing. Feels really good. Are these figures singing like a choir?
So they're God? To an altar? To what?
Heavens, looks like a rock slide crushed all the tents. All but one.
Anything in there? No. Nope, there's a piece of paper in here, though. She's not going to say anything. Okay, Mr. Franklin Dayton Jr. Dear Mr. Drayton, we acknowledge receipt of your letter of July 30 enclosing your application for admission to our School of Engineering. I'm sorry to inform you that we are not authorized to consider a colored person for admission. I regret that we cannot help you in this regard. And if we have to remember,
Frank in the university.
this is the 30s.
Ashamed.
So, 30s are gonna 30. Not saying it's right, but nothing we can do about that.
I'm not sure if Harry ever got to read this note.
Harry, you're a good man. I know you love your wife. Do yourself a favor and return home to her. Here, you won't find anything but death. Leave now. Cass will try to convince you to do otherwise, but she's only interested in getting a good scoop. Don't listen to her. I have no strength left. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Frank. So she was a reporter. That's who she was this whole time. Oh, we wrote something down. Looks like we need a little bit more information. Looks like it's coming later. Almost looks like I skipped something. I think I need to go back. I don't think we need to do anything with that just yet. There's a chance I could go up there. There's a chance. Let's go over this way first. I think it might all honestly lead to the same thing. Okay, a bunch of ladders over here. I'm gonna try climbing them.
This just with pieces from the beached ship. Frank sure must be a real whiz.
Okay, we're about halfway through the game. And we're about 3 hours, okay. That makes about sense. Obviously, the how long to beat guides aren't, like, factual. You know, like, it's accounting for all the people who struggle. Yeah, I think it does pretty much an average. And it is a puzzle game, so were probably people who were like, we're having dirt moments.
No power.
Okay, another power section. That's fine. Probably should have scouted out the area while I was up here, to be honest with you, but that's fine. That is also fine. Okay, so stairs over there. Looks like power cables are leading from here somewhere that way. Yeah. First order of business is to turn on the power then. I'll have to use the ship's turbine to and juggle with the things I got from the ship to make this work. Let's see if I manage to power the whole set just with the scarce materials I have.
Harry's convinced the answer to my illness lies inside that temple. Harry's convinced. Nakal? So this is like Atlantis, but in the Pacific Ocean, right?
According to the legend that said the continent Mu sank into the Pacific thousands of years ago, its massive stone structure is generally irregular in shape, contrasted with the unique use of diamond shapes. This is reminiscent of other rhomboid symbols, such as the losang or the Hindu Lakshmi star. However, experts believe that in the specific case of the Nakal structures, instead of representing fertility and prosperity, the rhombus was a sign of transformation and evolution.
They built loudspeakers on top of this tower to reproduce the effect of the organ. Very clever, old pal.
Okay, so those are loudspeakers, so we need to find a way to do that. Generator is over that way. Gotcha.
His low spirits are obvious in this photo. What was wrong with Frank?
He just got rejected from the school. Or something else happened that's not related to that at all. But we do know he got rejected from the school, which kind of sucks. Frank!
Oh, no. Frank died.
Oh, Frank. Oh, and he had a daughter?
Frank had a daughter named Evangeline. What a darling.
Oh, how sad. Poor Frank, dude. Absolutely tragic. They built a water wheel? Yo, dude. Let's go water wheel.
There are some sort of sound devices built around this amphitheater. Homemade loudspeakers. Probably to amplify the sound.
Okay. We'll figure that puzzle out in a bit.
Homemade loudspeakers.
Right.
Probably to amplify the sound. So
People
I
are setting
guess
off
you
fireworks
used the
because
notes
it's
from the
Memorial
organ and
Day.
they weren't the right ones.
It's weird. I'm so stupid, such an arrogant idiot. The rockslide could have killed everybody, and thanks to my stubbornness. Wait, who wrote this? Oh, H.G. Everett?
So I guess you used the notes from the organ.
Or maybe it was Harry, just using the loose leaf paper.
All right. Can you turn it on, Cass? Please, sir. We should not do this. Now, haven't we had enough warning, Mr. Everhart? What else do we need? Another death? Listen to me. Frank lost his life setting this whole thing up. So we're not going to discuss it anymore. We're going to activate it, period. Is that clear enough for you? Caillou. Hey, Mar! Fine, same to you. Please, Cass, activate it. It's working. Come on. Yes, it's working.
Is something wrong, Harry?
The ground is shaking. No, no.
No, I can't!
I told you it was off. You damn fool. You're going to kill us all. Turn it off, turn it off.
So I wonder if he was using the wrong frequencies or something. Okay, that's another one. Now we've come up to the stairs. It kind of leads us around to the start of our journey here. What the heck is this?
There's a symbol inside.
Do all of those have different symbols? This one has a diamond. Oh yeah. Okay, and there's one more that I have not found. I'm assuming that one is over by that campsite where the water wheel is. Oh no, there's one over here. Never mind. Found it. I probably have to play these in the right order. Or touch them in the right order. Before we do that though, let's go see what's over with this water wheel generator thing. I don't want to touch anything.
To generate electricity under the falling water. but the stream isn't close enough to the wheel.
Oh, either we need to move the wheel or we need to press those stone slabs in order to,
These levers connect those gears to direct the wheel's energy into the turbine.
right, touch those stone slabs to increase the flow of water or something. Not quite sure.
Blood-soaked rags. A Bible. It must have belonged to Frank. He thought it was a flesh wound, but it kept getting worse.
I've tried to do something with this wound from DeWitt's attack. No matter what I do, it still looks infected. I feel worse every day.
No power.
Right, of course. We can't do anything until we do something with this, which I don't think will... Yeah, that doesn't work. Doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. So I have a feeling we need to interact with the stone slabs over here that we got the code for by interacting with them. Let's just see. What's first? First? It's kind of hard to tell. It could be this one. Okay. Huh. Maybe I did that wrong. Hold on. Maybe I was supposed to do this one. And then... I don't know if this is what I'm actually supposed to be doing. Like all of them, or if I'm just supposed to like hit one of them. Or maybe I need to hit it so that this one's first, right? So whatever stone I'm on, maybe that one goes in first. Something like this? I don't know. I really don't know. This one is from the bottom. Oops, can't go down that way because she doesn't have any kind of jump ability. And this one's sideways, so that would be from this one first, second, fourth. Probably not that, right? She would have said something. So maybe I only need to press one button from each of them. Let's just go take a quick gander at the waterfall. Still a little tiny stream. Okay. It definitely does have something to do with the waterfall. So let's unclick that, let's unclick that, let's unclick that one. Then let's go over... to this one. This one was the bottom, so everything else needs to be unclicked from this one. I think. There's no definite on this. But then there's also that structure over there. Was there a painting on that one? I don't think so. But it might be worth investigating. This one only top. There it is.
Just vibrate? Amazing. The hatches are opening.
Okay, cool. So we figured that one out. That was pretty easy. I pretty much figured what I needed to do. I just didn't do it right the first time. Now these are all working.
Now the wheel is moving.
Connect that into there. Oh, no, apparently not. Do I need to do... No, the power's not on yet, though. I thought I would have to turn one of these gears or something. Oh, is it from the back? Did I do something back here? Uh-oh. Is there a code or something for this? not exactly sure how I'm supposed to figure this out. I mean, I guess I could just try each of these and hope it works, but there's got to be a more refined solution to that. Okay, well that one worked. Maybe it is just as simple as that. Just keep on running back around. So it looks like the bottom is where it needs to be for each of these. Oh, you know, oh, I see the little peg thing. Yeah, I guess this is really how it's supposed to work. Just run back and forth. Okay, well. Sometimes puzzles are that easy, right?
Huh, that was easy.
It seemed a little counterproductive, but whatever. Oh.
These buttons seem to adjust the amount of energy that goes through the turbine.
Am I supposed to fill these all up? Oh god. Let's go, dude. First try.
That should give the turbine some energy.
I have absolutely no idea how I was supposed to do that, but thank god I got it.
Great, I did it. Now everything should be powered.
Freaking genius status. Okay, so everything's powered. That means the loudspeakers can work. I should probably go back up to here and see if I can turn them on.
I'm really sorry about Frank. Harry doesn't have many friends. When you finally do get to know him, he's so witty, so funny, a loving person. But it takes a lot for him to open up.
Okay. Back up we go. I don't know if this is a wise idea, but we're gonna try it. Before we go too much further, let's honestly just check our log here. Yeah, it looks like we are doing things in the right order.
Oh, what? Did I do something wrong? Come on, work. Come on.
She almost had a little Wilhelm scream right there. A female version of it. Alright, I'm not sure if I actually did something wrong or not. I doubt it will load me back into the freaking beginning of this level or anything of that nature. Especially because the concept art has changed.
Now what? What's happening this time? Where am I?
Did we just get shocked into an extra dimensional plane of existence with creatures? The corpses of gods?
I can feel the fever rising. Oh god, no. My illness. Is it coming back? All the fish are dead. Dried in this wasteland.
Awesome. You'll love to see
Is
it.
this an ocean? An ocean that dried up.
And the whispering, the paranoia, it's back. Excuse me, just gonna enter your body. Ooh.
Cane.
Do I need it?
I would rather die than use that damned thing again.
Don't let the illusions take control. You're stronger than that, Norah.
These really are ancient bones of a very ancient creature.
The stone obelisk thing is over there with these little
They're so
rings.
dry. I need to find water.
That fall animation's a little weird.
Bed. Another memory of my illness. How many times did I think I was going to die lying in this bed?
Oh, yeah, that full animation when she falls to her hands is a little weird, because, like, there's no, like, you know? It's just like, she just falls. There's no ease in or outs or
Find some shade. before I
overlapping
put my life
actions
out.
or nothing. Oh, so wait, can I only stay in the sun for a moment?
And that diamond shape again.
No, doesn't seem like it. That wasn't really a mechanic. Okay, well.
I can't take much more of this. I feel woozy.
You can do it, I believe in you. Because I'm the one playing, so you have to continue on with the game so I can finish it, please.
Is that a house?
Yeah, but what about that one, dude? What pierced that skull?
That's not a house. That's our house in Englewood. Am I dreaming? Or am I just losing my mind?
Yes, and yes. Both are good. Both
That's
can
our
happen.
mailbox too. Harry? Are you home?
Oh, okay. I was like, I can't go in. There's a force field blocking us.
I miss you so much, old pal. A picnic with Harry's brother and sisters. I started wearing gloves shortly after that day.
Okay, we can walk through some of the items here. We cannot progress any further.
I am definitely losing my mind.
It's okay, we're all a little bit crazy in the end. What's normal
I don't
anyways?
understand what is happening, Harry. Are you...
Can't go any of those doors. Expected.
the Everhart twosome? What a duo. Checkmate in 3 moves.
Oh, we're a chess prodigy. The Queen's Gambit
It's a
over
photo
here.
of my mother and me. She had just gotten worse from her illness.
I think you can see the spots on her neck under her short collar. Or has it progressed much further?
The happiest day of my life. My
Oh,
mother's
music box.
music box. Yet again.
Hold on, let's explore some of the other things first. Greetings from... Achievement? Yeah, Solanium? Whatever.
Cousin Robert? But I don't have any cousins.
Okay, I found a secret object. Is there a secret object in each? Oh no. I've missed 3 secret objects so far then. 1 for each chapter. Maybe even in the prologue.
What a sweet melody.
Hello. Did that get me out of? Crossed the dry ocean, made it to your house. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like there are secret objects in each of the levels. Dang, bro. Seriously? Yep. I might have to replay this game to get it, unless there's a chapter select. God, please let there be a chapter select. I mean, granted, it's not a very long game, and once you figure out the puzzles, it will go much, much faster. But still.
What was that? Another vivid dream? And my music box again, but it wasn't broken anymore. And what a catchy tune.
Did I read all these before? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I totally did. Can't go back up.
I'm not going back up there. The fuse box is already providing electricity to this entire setup.
Cool. So that means we're done. Okay, so we found the secret object in chapter 4, so we don't really need to look too hard. We can just go back. But how do I activate this thing? Where do I go to do that? What the hell? Oh, it's the water? Why did it point me over there? Do I need to do something with these again?
Homemade loudspeakers. Probably to amplify the sound.
Can't interact with that. But something is making a noise. She hummed the tune for a reason. The question is, what can I interact with around here that will help us? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, what? I don't know what that did. There was definitely an interaction thing there, though. Let's check this one over here. I'm getting autosaves as well. Alright, let's just go to each of them. Sometimes in puzzles, you don't know what you're actually doing. I mean, granted, I see those floating things in the structure. Okay. I feel like that did nothing, though. What about this one? Wasn't there another painting somewhere? Like this one. What about this guy?
Are these figures singing like a choir?
Great.
These drops
Awesome
of rain are
insight.
so refreshing. Feels really good.
Cool story, brah, but that doesn't really explain what I'm supposed to be doing with these things.
I've lived more in these last 2 days than in the previous 6 years. With my illness, I'd forgotten about the kind of person I am. I might not be daring, but I am determined. Love gave me strength, but it also gave me something to lose.
Is it supposed to be like a perspective puzzle? It's like there's clearly some kind of warp thing happening. Or do I just like go down in here and like...
Now that it's filled with water, it looks like a baptismal pool.
Right.
Wow, this door looks thicker than any I've ever seen. Now that it's filled with water, it looks like a baptismal pool.
Doesn't look like I can jump in it. There has to be a reason why she hummed. Lights on. Can't get the tune out of my head.
So I guess you used the notes from the organ and they weren't the right ones.
All right. Can you turn it on, Cat? Please, sir. You should not do this.
Homemade loudspeakers. Probably to amplify the sound.
Something's going on here. I just don't know what else I need to interact with, though. I kind of wish there was a bit of a ping stuff. So it's weird that it sent me, like, looking right at this thing, right? And that was a little weird. I hear the pulsating. Does it have to do with the power, maybe? Do I have to, like, re-turn on the power? Or turn it off? No, the power's still going, so that's not it.
These
Can't-
levers connect those gears to direct the wheel's energy into the turbine.
Right, we've already figured that out, and there's nothing that we can do with this turbine anymore. We've already figured all that stuff out. So there is something that I'm just missing. I just like I can't interact with these things anymore. And there was really nothing else to interact with around here. That's the messed up part. Or is there? Oh. Wait. Has this thing always been here?
I haven't sung since I got sick, but let's give it a shot.
We definitely did something right this time. And thus the door should open. There it is.
That was quite a show.
I don't know how I missed that microphone, like the 400 times that I crossed over this area. What a baby back idiot I am.
This feels like hallowed ground.
With that glowing purple? Yeah, dude, for sure. I feel like I should have upped the camera sensitivity like way earlier.
A hole in the wall, probably caused by the rock slide. That must be the spot where they entered the temple. Are they bathing him in black ooze?
What is this, Prometheus, man? What is this? What's happening here? Hopefully I don't think I'll need that code.
His hands are changing, like in my dream.
Oh, it becomes a fish person. Become one with the fish. Where's my stream family? We're stream team to spam the fish emote right now.
Spots. They look like mine.
All return to fish. We were wrong all along. It's not return to a monkey. It's
Now
return to
he's
fish.
Some sort of man-fish?
Always have been.
Fish of every size and shape.
I guess that explains those fish statues that we've been seeing all throughout the world.
This looks like the same kind of elevator that was in the campsite.
Okay, so there's another elevator for an upper floor. What's it say? Tunnel, ground floor, another elevator mechanism.
These patterns look too familiar.
Common patterns in fish.
She sounds worried for him, I think.
Harry's been up there for 3 days now, and he isn't responding. What did he find? If I could go up. She's gonna find them cheating. Glub, fish, boy? I guess we'll go up.
Where is this taking me? Looks like I'm inside the giant fish head that I saw from below.
Okay. Okay. There's a lot going on here. Just take it slow. Nice and easy. Oh god. She's taking notes. Just gonna explore all these things. Okay, I think that's all of them. We first were looking this way, so let's go for this note.
It's amazing how words and symbols can keep their meaning after thousands of years.
Life alive for that diamond. Interesting. Is there any significance?
A complex pattern.
Oh, she's taking more notes. Right.
Harry marked this symbol for a reason. I'd better
Water.
write it down.
Animal? Oh, I shouldn't have interacted with that. Not yet. Reset. Reset.
I've
Liquid,
seen this
water,
symbol in
fluid.
murals several times. I guess it can be applied to both water and black ooze.
So the strike with the inner dot. And then what was the other one? With the half circle? Quarter circle? Or water animal? Fish? Water animal meaning fish? Oh, we already found this one. She rewrote something down, but it's all good. A little bit of blood.
Someone punched the wall so hard that they bled. Was it you, Harry?
Those are huge knuckles. Holy Christmas, bro. Those are massive monkey uncles. Monkey knuckles. Transformation.
Easy, I think.
Evolution.
My dear old pal, Norah. I wish I could write something else, but a long time ago I promised you I would never lie to you. So here goes. There is no cure for your illness. What you carry in your blood is changing you, and it will keep changing you until it's done. Whatever that means. There is nothing we can do to stop it. My dear old pal, my partner, the love of my life. I am so sorry. I've made so many mistakes. All those deaths because of me. Frank, DeWitt, Roy. All for nothing. Maybe Teodoro is right. Maybe we can return to the beach and build a raft to get back to Papiete. Maybe in less than a month, I could be back.
What? He just
There's
disappeared?
no cure? But he didn't finish the letter. What did you do, Harry? Where are you?
He
I know
returned
for
to
sure that
fish.
you didn't go back home, so what? What do I do now? Are you still on the island? I have to find you. God's blood. Does this mean that... Is this related to me somehow, to my disease?
Yes. Those who have God's blood are transformation, destined, inevitable, into a water animal, to element life, live forever. Those who have God's blood are transformed, or destined, I think it's transformed, into a fish, to live forever.
God's blood. So that's how you mark the symbol's orientation.
What? What? Am I supposed to get it? Rotating the north in the wheel causes the symbol to change quadrant. Rotating the north in the symbol in the wheel causes the symbol to change quadrant. I don't actually get what that means. Eternal plus life. Whoops.
I'm starting to understand this language.
Well, good for you. I'm a baby back
This one
idiot.
was really hard to figure out. Good job, Harry. Well done, Harry. Boy, am I lucky that you did the hard part of figuring things out.
Alright, their language works by combining different symbols to create a new one. Ideograms, word A plus word B equals new word.
John McCormack's Dear Old Pal of Mine? A favorite song.
You'll hope that's not copyrighted. Okay, so let's check our journal. Oh god, there's a lot there. Okay. Transformation, liquid, life, eternal. Combining symbols creates words. God's blood. So we need to create God's blood first. 2, destined, inevitable transformation. And then water animal, and then eternal life. And then rotating the north in the wheel causes the symbol. So like the North Star thing that they have? Okay. Is there a 0? Doesn't look like there is a 0, but there is a 1. transformation is the one on top. So I need to get that one to be the black and white symbol. Ow. How do I know if that changed the word? I don't understand how that works. Changes the symbol by changing the quadrant, is what it says. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, which we already figured out. It's the rotating north in the wheel causes the symbol to change quadrant. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I need to, like, do a full rotation? No. It's rotating something. Let's try a different one. I need the... 2. So I think what's going on is this needs to be over here. And what I think is happening by rotating this, right, that's where, that starts where it is, right? So that's, this top part is neutral, right? So hold on. So with the North Star diamond is up here, that means this star is in this position. But if I rotate it once, it then moves over to this quadrant. Based off the journal, I need it to be in the top left quadrant. So I need to rotate it one more time, because currently it's in this quadrant. So let's rotate it one more time. Okay. Let's go with that, I hope. The next one is the 2 star. The 2 star needs to be in the top right quadrant, which means it's here. But it needs to be here. Or it needs to be one further and it's up and down. God, I hope this is right. I don't think this is right. Where are these other ones? This one. Let's reset this one back. This one needs to be in the bottom right, or bottom left. So if I do that, this one will go here. That will put it in the... Okay, so let's do this one twice. So I think I need this one over here. And then this one needs to be over in this quadrant. If I reset it here, probably need to do it 2 more times, right? Frick. That didn't do anything. That's not what happened. That's not what I need to do.
This is the right combination.
I don't know how the hell. I really don't get it. I mean, maybe, but there was something wrong, and I just moved those 2, and I got it. There's something trickery going on there. Like I was supposed to figure that out somehow, but I don't. But I just don't get it, to be honest with you. I just don't get it. I'm just gonna accept that I stumbled into it, and we're just gonna go from there. Oh god, I'm a puzzle idiot. I don't even know why I chose to play this game.
It appears Harry didn't advance any further.
I can't go any further. I've tried everything, and this isn't working. What do I need? I followed the sequence correctly, and my hands. I can't get that thing to work. I need to cross the river down there. Anyways, for what?
It appears Harry...
Bongos? Do we have some bongos here?
Those are drums of some sort.
What did that do?
I screwed up.
Okay. Nope. That wasn't it.
Norah, you idiot, just follow the sequence.
Oh, I had to do it all over again? Oh my god. Okay. High, low. Or high, mid. Low, mid. Low, mid, high. High. High, low, high. Low. Mid, mid, high, low.
This technology never ceases to amaze.
This technology is very weird. Did he really not figure out how to do that? Was that really so hard for? Well, he must have. No. Where did he go? Did he return to fish as well?
Harry said it didn't work for him, so it shouldn't work for me either.
Ah, but I have the god's blood.
There's something different about my hand.
The god's blood.
Anyway, Norah, you know what you've got to do.
The black ooze. Interesting how the music kicked in there. Beautiful. That's what, chapter 4 done? All right. Listen, I'm still not sure how I figured out that that turning puzzle. I'm not going to sit here and question it, but it happens. That's okay. We'll just go from there.
My hands. Look at my hands. This is definitely not a dream. And I'm starting to doubt the others were dreams too.
There we go. The black spots on our skin match our illness, I think. Sunken. Nice little swim animation, though, with the hands.
I should be scared, but it's hard to explain what I feel, but it isn't fear. Not a bit.
Do I need to swim through those ring things over there? This looks like somewhat important.
Another one of those gates, like the one I saw in the temple.
Alright, let's interact with it. We have teleporters now? Interesting. I guess that's just how I get out of the water.
Being me.
I've returned from being fish.
It's hard for me to understand how these gates work. What happens every time I cross one of them?
You become a new you. Your true self. One that everyone should be. But this is probably going to put us back into the water. But real quick, hold on. What's over here? Nothing. That's nothing. Never mind. Okay, there we are. Back to fish. Now I just like know there's secret items and I just wanna look at every little thing. I'm just still surprised I missed secret items in like the first 3 chapters. And possibly even the prologue. Thought I was doing fairly well. Can I really not get in here? Girl? How thick are you? Are you thick? Damn, girl, you damn thick. Can't get through that. There is no little hand thing on this one, though. What? Did it fall? Oh, wait, what's this down here? Oh, there's a current going out. But what's this thing down here?
Another panel of this strange technology. What's it for? Something related to the currents?
Possibly. I can't open up my journal right now. Yeah, can't open up my journal right now. I would have to go out of the water. But wait, how do I get out of the water? The thing is broken. Do I just play with it until I figure it out? Guess so. Currents will either fix themselves or they won't. Alright, 3 buttons. What the nuggets? I have to time it or something. It's too slow. Too slow again. Too slow. Too slow. Every single time. There we go. I did something. I don't know if that fixed it. That did not, in fact, fix it. I did something with it, though. Oh, there we go. I think I got it that time. I am Speed! Underwater Sonic. I guess, but I feel like I'm not going that fast at all. What the hell? Oh, okay, never mind. I really don't need to do anything. The game is pretty much taking care of that on its own.
The island is pierced by underground currents.
It doesn't look like there's a contraption to go back, so I pretty much locked myself out of anything. If there was anything over in that first area. Okay. Well, let's go out and then check our journal then. It's gotta mean something. To control water currents. Direction change. Ah, I see. Looks like I missed something on top. For our log. There's a pretty big space up top, but I can't really be worried about that too much. Maybe I just won't get the...
Where is this gate going to lead me now?
Complete 100% of the story logs or anything like that. Which is okay. Never set out to 100% this game. Interesting.
What a quiet and peculiar place.
Like a little village. Are these little houses? These little fish people houses? Was Harry here? Oh, there's Black Ooze.
Heaven, slaves and masters and... Nicole. Wasn't Nicole in the notes? Looks like some sort of food. It's not human food, though, and it's fossilized, too.
I don't know what the hell that does. Did something. I don't know what or why, but I did something.
I'll Although they are the same style, these huts are much simpler than the magnificent architecture I've seen up to now.
Rude. They're trying their best, Norah. They're trying their best.
Whoever the inhabitants were, they were living here against their will. Someone vandalized this mural. Some hands look human, but others are amphibian hands.
You can tell all that? I can't see where she sees that, but okay. If she says so. Before I go up there, I want to go check back over here this way, through some of the other houses. Yeah, because that looks like it's going to be a dead end, per se. I really don't know what I'm doing with that, but it's fine. It's fine.
I wonder who used to live here. It seems it was abandoned ages ago. I understood that.
Yes, you did. Interesting. There was like a king and queen, or mother and father. Of all the fish people.
Primitive bowls and plates.
Oh, this one's trippy. This is my favorite hut. I would love to lay in here and just like stare at the walls. It looks like that.
Water animal. Is that what I am now? It seems that each family had to agree somehow to change the water level.
Oh, is that what those stones
How
are?
organized they seem to be, despite them being so primitive. Being trapped here probably made them stronger as a community.
Okay, so that's probably what the stones are all about. And that's what this final one will be, changing the water level. So that I could probably get to that gate. Become his fish. Okay. So we have two of the stones now. This seems like the penultimate place that we need to be, so we need to find a way to get down, maybe? But let's go check that up area, because we never did that. We never did that. Looking for another stone to change my water levels. Oh, there's one. All the families must agree.
It's quite disturbing to see someone's hand paintings from thousands of years ago. I feel connected to them somehow.
Yeah, you literally became fish. What?
Is that black blood the same thing as the black ooze? How can I explain what's happening to me? What is the meaning of all this? God's blood, transformation, eternal life. I feel like I'm going through what was written in that inscription. Black blood in eyes, like in the well.
Okay, can't do anything with those hand paintings. Can't interact with them. Interesting. I don't know what this symbol really means. They're human hands, not the amphibian ones. This should be our final stone to raise the water level. That means we probably need to go back to that one and activate it. How do I get down from here? I got lost for a second. Unfortunately, that means we have to walk all the way back over from a place that we were already at before. That kinda sucks, not gonna lie. It is a nice looking area. I didn't really like take a moment to look up towards the skybox. Cool looking cave area. Alright, let's see what happens when we do this now. Is that not it? All the stones look like they've been re-raised. Do I need to do it in order? In a specific order?
It seems that each family had to agree some.
I still missed
How
something
to
then.
change the water level. I'm amazed at how organized they seem to be, despite them being so primitive. Being trapped here probably made them stronger as a community.
Hold on, still looks like I missed something though. Like my notebook isn't filled up at the top of that page. Is there a way? Yeah, it looks like I can actually go down that I didn't pay attention to originally. Let's just go explore down here real quick. Yo, that is a massive hand though.
There are some hand marks made with pigments. I wonder if they mean something. I better draw them just in case.
Okay, interesting. So there must be an order that I had not paid attention to. Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay. Symbol order. Claw marks and then hand. And then into those. Into perps. You can't look at the purple one just so. Oh, it's up here, that's why. Okay, so purple family first. Gotcha. Let's just see if we can remember. I think yellow family's up here. I think that's what that one... that's what that one was, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember what this family over here was, though. Let's just double check ourselves. This is red family? We don't have red family. I don't have red family. I don't have red family. Unless I need to combine colors. That looks like blue family. Just make sure we have it all correct. I know purple family's over there. But that might not even be what we're trying to do here. Actually, it does look like we're missing one. So that means I wasn't looking at that rock thing correctly. This is yellow family. Okay. So let's go back down, because I feel like there's something I missed on those pillars. And I don't know if it's an angle puzzle sort of deal, or if I just didn't look correctly. But there's red family that we're missing. No, but that's all 4. Are there 5? Are there 5 pillars and I've just missed one? There's a chance. There's a chance.
Whoever the inhabitants were, they were living here against their will.
Okay, so the one that's in this house will be Scratch family. Yeah, Scratch family. Blue hands, white hands, these guys will be last. Scratch family will be second. So we need to hit this one. Alright, do we see red hands on this? I really don't see red hands. Okay. Is there a stone statue even in here for purple family? The perps didn't have one. Unless... this meant something. No, that's gonna be the final. Purple leads into Scratch. Oh, I need to go around the other side of it. I need to go on the other side. Purple is first. Or last, maybe. Maybe it's last? So maybe I need to do White Hand Family first? And go from the bottom to the top? In like a hierarchy sort of deal? Damn it, I hate that. I have this like slow little baby jog. Oh god. Walking simulator type games like this kind of suck in that one regard. It's like cool for the atmosphere when you're just doing a slight jog to kind of, oops, sorry, to kind of get like the cinema quality, I guess you could say, but when you're trying to solve the puzzles, it's super annoying. Yep. Cool. I guess we'll try hierarchy then. Start at the lowest family. So white, blue, no, white, yellow, red, blue, yeah, purple. It may not be it. There's a very good chance that's not it. Alright, it's one. And then it's yellow family, so we have to go up top. We'll have two over there. And then we'll hit this one when we make our way back to purple. Oh, you know what? I probably could have... Yeah, it does look like that's the order. This is the way that, like, the scratch wraps around the pillar. I think I got this right. I hope I got this right. Unless I had to do the order from the second one and then finally wrap around to purple. But I highly doubt that. This was yellow family, right? Yep. Okay, then we'll go to red. And then all the way back down, we'll hit blue scratch, and then over to purple. It's weird that, like, even though all the families had to agree to do the water level, they still had to do it in an order. It's a little strange, but whatever. Alright, fingers crossed that this actually works, and this is what I was supposed to be doing. Moment of truth. Oh, they go all the way down. Let's go, dude. Puzzle solved. And it looks like I can possibly press that little thing. Question is, how do I get over there? Is there like a cave that I eventually discover? Interesting. Let's just go down the way that we know for now. Press that button and then see what happens from there. There might be like a little platform that raises to make a bridge. Okay, let's see. This is yellow. It's fine.
Civilization used these devices to raise and lower the water level.
Okay, I see it. I see what's happening. So by going through this, that will possibly get us to another portal or a way to get into, like, the cave system or something. So we can eventually get over there. That's our goal. Unless this immediately teleports us on the other side. No, it will not. Okay. There's a current puzzle here. What's over here, though? What's this? Nothing. Nothing as of now. Could be something eventually. But the current looks like it's going the wrong way. Let's see. Let's get up. Let's look down. Oh, okay. Let's activate this. Flip that around, right? Flip the current around. There we go. I don't know if we need to launch ourselves or whatever. So that will lead us to... what, this one? Over here? Which will launch us this way? Which will launch us here? I don't know. Can I change this one? I can change this one. Let's go... oh, beautiful fish. Hello. Fascinating. Let's go see what this is about. Can we take notes?
Different types of creatures of the same species lived here, but they weren't free.
How can I guess maybe that. I was gonna say, how can you tell? Those look like guards or something as well. Interesting. Are these like all relatives of the different species or something?
This underwater town is a beautiful place, but it has also seen a lot of suffering. All the island is that way. Beautiful but dangerous. The danger does not seem to affect me, though.
It almost looks like the scratches are like on the head, almost like a hit list, you know? We've taken down the leaders and the gods.
Masters. The slaves seem to worship two gods.
Okay. I don't see any other murals. Voice crack, sorry. Let's just see what happens. Let's just do a little bit of an experiment. The first one that I did was here. What happens if I go flying through this one? Well, what happens if I fly through this one? Wait, there's a whole... no, I came from there. I came from there. That's where the portal is. Okay, it does lead us through this one. And then we need to turn around this one. Okay, cool. That's kind of how I figured that would work. Let us hit this. These are not hard to figure out at all. Thankfully, they pretty much go at the same speed as well, so if you know how to do it once, you can do it multiple times. I will change that current. And then I don't know if we can change this last one over here. It looks like it's pretty good, but the door's not open, which is a problem. So we'll hit that. I don't know what happens if we go through all of the portals, if that's like a activation key or something. The only other thing that I could think of is this last launcher. Oh wait, hold on. This last launcher is blocked off by a tunnel. I can't even do anything with it. It's like gonna launch me out or something. Okay, well, let's try going through like this. Oh wait, is this... oh, there was an activation. That activates the door. Oh, okay, and then you gotta go fast. Right. You have to have those puzzles solved first. Because it's a timed door, most likely.
I made it.
Or something. Yep, timed door. So wait, what am I doing now? I'm in here. I can go up that way. Okay.
My illness has kept me from being happy. What I feel now is the complete opposite of being sick. I feel full of life and energy. Even better than before my illness.
This is the true story of the Little Mermaid. Okay, we made it to that other area that I was talking about, but how do I get out of here? I can't just go on land though. Oh, wait, portal. I don't know how I just missed that from this side. Okay, cool, we're on the other side. Let's go, dude. Let's freaking go. Now we can press that switch. Just real quick. There's a whole ass tunnel over there. Do I want to press this so fast? There's a whole ass tunnel over here. I kind of want to go explore that just for a second. There might be a secret object. And it could also be nothing. That's just water.
If I enter the water now, I'll be soaked. Being me, I mean... It's hard to explain this, even to myself.
What? What? Lady, you've been a fish lady the whole freaking game. What's going on here? Maybe it's because, like, her sickly human body can't really deal with having wet clothes and hypothermia or whatever.
Now the water level is really low, so I can access that tunnel.
Probably from this way, right? Pretty much the only thing I can do. Unless I want to go back through that portal, which I don't think I can. It's a one-way ticket. There's no little hand thing. Okay, we're starting to fill it out more.
These creatures lived like slaves. All their lives imprisoned and tortured in this place. Was it possible to live a decent life in here? If you've lived all your life in a prison, how would you know that you are a prisoner?
I mean, that's a question that I am not equipped to handle. Okay, so we're back over here. A little bit of lag right there. Sorry about that. That was really choppy. Oh, that one's broken. This was the tunnel that we couldn't go through before.
Into this tunnel.
I wonder if she had some kind of story when I first tried to go through it. Back when the water level was raised that I missed. Okay, into fish. And I guess down we go. Oh, okay. Change this current. It's pointing in the wrong direction. I'm actually surprised this doesn't change in any way, like change pattern or formation. Oh, I did too early that time. Just because after doing it a few times, you're like, okay, like, cool, I got it. I figured that it would, I don't know, be more complex, add a little more buttons, different timings.
Quite strong. I wonder where it will take me.
Oof. Oof, that lag, though. That lag as it loaded up the whole on-rails section. Pretty bad. I will be honest, I can't wait to play certain games on Series X, man. When I go pick that up on Thursday, I'm gonna be pretty excited. Yep. Big old fish. Uh-oh. Is it a squid? Looks more like a giant squid. We're gonna have to deal with that, aren't we?
that was quite a ride, but it's over now.
Okay, thanks for giving me an achievement for a thing that I had to do, regardless. Up? Yeah. I love easy achievements. They make the world go round. Oh, nope, from the other side. Lo siento. Giant fish face staring at me like that.
That ladder. Someone set up camp in here.
Harry? Have you become fish?
Like a means of transportation to get to that sanctuary.
Okay, boat. I don't know if we need to do that, but there's a chance. I'm just gonna go the opposite way that the game pointed me to.
Seems to show two possible courses of action. One means transformation, and the other means death?
Ooh, that looks important. I want to go touch it. Let me see. What is it? I probably should go to the camp, like the game wanted me to. Okay, so here we go.
Different from the others. It's
This is
more elaborate.
more elaborate, is the right word. Okay, so it's all going to be down to the timing. We'll deal with that in a second. Let's go to the campsite first. I feel like I'll be fine with the timing puzzle. I just need to give it a few tries to figure it out first, and then we'll do the true run. But let's figure out this part for now. Oop, freezing. It's loading up the next section. This is
What is this? This...
new.
this- Oh my god. Did I almost forget about Harry?
Maybe I want to go back for a second, actually.
My dear old pal. It's only Cass and me now. I have much to thank her for, even if our friendship is worn thin due to hunger and fatigue. If she hadn't insisted so much, we'd never have convinced Aotearoa. He guided us as we followed the river down from the mountain peak. And that's how we found this entrance. And the mural. Maybe I can't undo what's happening to you, Norah, but I think I can try to become like you.
Become his fish.
Original inhabitants of this island took slaves to a sanctuary, and there they performed a ritual. Aotearoa said the ritual was madness, and he didn't want any part of it. He and Cass argued violently. When we woke up the next morning, he had left. I know it sounds strange, but you have to trust me, my love. I know this is going to work, and we can be together. You understand what that means, don't you, Norah? We have a second chance. With more love than ever, Harry.
Yeah, but what's going on with Cass?
Harry?
Uh-oh.
What ritual are you talking about? Why on earth would you want to become like me? Please don't be a fool. You don't even know if that ritual of yours is going to work.
Okay.
Somebody painted these symbols on the wall.
We have a
You
new
followed the
clue.
river from the temple summit, and it took you some days to find this entrance.
White Sand Beach. Building raft, okay. Ruins useless. She didn't say anything. Usually the play means she says something. Interesting, okay. Where is the sanctuary?
A sanctuary? Harry, was that where you went?
The masters brought their slaves to a sanctuary by boat in order to perform the final stage of the ritual. Oh, not that one.
Oh dear, poor people. Is this why I'm changing too?
It seems that the sanctuary was where the final stage of the ritual took place.
So the guide left the expedition. That would explain the workshop on the white sand beach, where I arrived.
Monsieur Everhart and Madame Ward, we have had plenty of death in this island. I helped you as long as I could, but I won't be an accomplice to this ritual madness. I'm returning to the white sand beach to build a raft and leave the Maudite Isle. I'll be there if you change your minds, but I won't wait too long. The abandoned boats. What does it say? Boat transportation. Harry's
Doesn't
mental.
seem to care much about Harry. And
Harry's
she doesn't
mental.
seem to be thinking straight either.
Sorry, I should have looked at the subtitles. Harry's mental decline is more evident each day, but today he said he found out some place to carry out some ritual. I have to get to the bottom of this. I have to keep doing what I've been doing up till now. Listen to what he has to say and go along with him. I can't stand him, but I have to tread lightly, because it's only him and me now. And the black ichor. Or ichor.
Harry, that look on your face. You look deranged. They seem to loathe each other.
I can't stand your lunatic face. I can't stand the noise you make when you eat. I can't stand you. No, they're totally in love, dude. These two are totally in love. Uh-oh. They're gonna become fish people together. Alright, let's go back and see what we can do with that puzzle real quick. Because it seems like this leads out into where the ritual boat might be. I don't want to miss out on possible secrets. Okay, let's see what we can do here. What's the speed of each of these? I'm going to do a test first. That's a normal. That's a normal speed. We expected that. Okay, pretty slow. Oh, it really slows down towards that middle area when it's going up. Okay. This one's medium speed. Slows down on the straightaways. This one's taking the longest so far. This is the second fastest, from what I can tell. No, this last one was way too early. I might still be able to get it. Oh, you can just redo it whenever you want. Yo, that was really close though! Oh, snap, dude! That one was really close. That top one just took a little bit longer. Now this bottom one. Not the right. Yeah, the bottom one wasn't right. It was too fast.
This must be my transportation to the sanctuary.
Let's go, dude. We got the boat? Oh, wait, we got the boat? Oh, Nikes. I didn't realize that was the boat. I figured the boat would be somewhere up there. So wait, let's go investigate what was outside of the little cave area. There might be more notes or something else. I don't know. A secret object, if you will. Watch it be blocked off by, like, something that I can't pass. And it's just like, oh, you can't go any further. Turn around, please.
The sun is setting. It is so beautiful.
It legitimately it's just a cliff. Can't do anything because there's a cliff. Should have seen that coming. Really should have seen that coming. Alright, well. Beautiful, that's for sure. Definitely beautiful. Time to go to the sanctuary. See what we can do. See what we can find. Find Harry. Find Cass. Become his fish. I don't need to interact with that. I can just get on the boat. And away we go. Let's enjoy the ride for a second. Loading up something. New chapter. There we go. Sunken. Completed chapter 5. What does that say? Chapter 6? Fucking.
It all makes sense. Nothing bad is going to happen to me here, as menacing as this place might look. The island, the ooze, those sea creatures. They're just defending themselves, like a wild animal against an unknown threat. That's how they perceived the expedition, like a threat.
You sure about that?
On the other hand, I wasn't a threat, and I definitely wasn't unknown, was I?
Giant squid.
They
Hello.
seemed to recognize me, as if I was one of their own.
Am I the goddess? Reincarnated? Where did I come from?
Everything seems so distant now, as if I first stepped on that white beach thousands of years ago.
Are we an immortal?
A full moon?
An eternal?
Can't be. Yesterday was a new moon. Did I lose track of time, or maybe this place isn't subject to the laws of physics? That's the only explanation I can find for this surreal night.
I mean, it could just be
It's
like a
hard to
different.
believe everything's real. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'll open my eyes sometime and I'll be back in our home in Inglewood and everything will be as before.
No.
Perfectly ordinary life with Harry. My daily routines. My illness. That will be as before too. And then I'll need to shake off this strange feeling that I have now. The feeling that I don't really belong there anymore. And with there, I don't mean Englewood, or Boston, or Newburyport. I mean... How is it possible that the strange events of only 2 days on this island makes more sense to me than the life that I've been living for years?
Well, we've arrived. I don't know what this means for us, but we are here. Nor do I really know exactly where here is.
The sanctuary.
Right. Yeah, I know it's a sanctuary, but like in regards to what part of the island we're technically on. Alright, some bowls and stuff. Primitive bowls.
So is this where you went, Harry? Was this your last stop?
Oh, there's a campsite. Alright, we gotta go to the campsite for sure. Ooh. 2 campsites. Maybe one for her, because they hate each other. Maybe the two just freaking hate each other that much. They had to be separated. And all my speculations of an affair were wrong. Yeah, this looks like Cass's place.
So I have to put my hand inside?
He is yelling, it's not working. Interesting. It does look like his hand is inside. Moby Dick.
Its pages are hollowed out, and its shape is...
We had the thing, that sharp thing. It's like a dagger or whatever. That's where that came from.
Camera. It must be Cassandra's. Harry asleep in his tent. What a creepy photograph.
Indeed. What a
My,
weird
she
girl.
sounds completely out of her mind.
I've seen the future. Eternity awaits me. Death awaits Harry. Yo, dude, is she an agent of Cthulhu? Here to make sure the ritual goes to completion. Alright, so that's where he stuck his hands, correct? Yeah, that looks like the thing. I'm not going to do that just yet. I want to go over to Harry's camp. Uh-oh. Cass, what are you doing? She's acting hysterical. Notes all scattered across the ground
Another
here.
Camp. Although it's little more than a few things scattered about.
My dear old pal. I never should have trusted Cass. I thought she cared about you, but she's just mad, obsessed with this place. I can't trust her to help me overcome the last obstacle. This door. I know how to open it. But what I have to do is mix my blood with the black ooze. Am I mad for even considering that? It's the only way we can be together. It has to work, right? All this can't be a coincidence. The ritual is made for the two of us, isn't it, Norah? I wish you could be here. Damn it. I have to think it over. I can't. Tomorrow. Leave it for tomorrow. Damn it. Stop writing.
What are you saying, Harry? Don't you see what the black ooze does? What it did to the doctor? Are you out of your mind?
Love did some crazy things, lady, don't you know? I mean, you're here on this mysterious island just because you love a dude.
Harry, what is this? It looks like the ramblings of a madman.
Norah, must do it. Do it together. Change me.
Heavens. This dagger looks exactly like the one I have.
An altered, dried blood and ooze. Isn't that dagger Frank was attacked with? Blood
The
plus
blood
black
of
ooze?
these creatures. Some sort of catalyst. A library? What are you talking about, Harry?
I had a strange dream today. I was inside a vast library and gazed at vistas of another world. Anakatas? Anyways, I think that might be it for this area. Unless there's a secret object. What the hell's over here? Can't cross that. That's a dead end. Unless there's a secret object somewhere around here, which I know I won't be able to find. Let's go back and interact with that little altar wheel thing that he had. There's also this.
Black ooze on a petri dish. My God, this syringe has traces of black ooze. What the hell were you thinking? Oh, I really hope this works.
I don't think that's gonna do anything just yet. Oh. Okay. Sure. Now what the hell is this thing about? What the heck is this thing all about? Maybe it's useless. Maybe it comes in later.
Let's give it a try. Ouch! Oh! Ah! What was that? Looks like a tattoo, but it isn't. Those are my spots. They've moved.
Spots on my hands have been rearranged to form some sort of symbols. Weird. Very weird. Surprised she didn't look at it longer. What happens if we put our hand back in there? I'm not going to, but... Anyways, this sanctuary is open, so let's go actually investigate what the hell this mural is all about.
This mural seems to describe a ritual involving blood. That dagger.
The holy dagger. We present to you the dagger of truth. Okay, well, in we go. Let's see what mysteries await us in here.
If he's behind that door, I wonder which Harry I'll find. How much would be left of the man I love? And how much of the man who has lost his sanity in this place?
Alright, I see 2 buttons. I see some murals, some constellations as well. Interesting. Oh, okay.
All these papers are riddled with incoherent doodles.
We might need to play with constellations here.
I wonder what this means.
Bridges, dragons, gargoyles, animals.
Those stone statues seem to rotate with this switch.
Some sort of creature. A pet? How? 90-degree rotation. Okay. Interesting, like wheel contraption here. Let's see if there's anything else. I don't think there were any other like notes, but there was this mural over here, so let's go see what that's all about real quick.
They carried these people here to test them, like a challenge of some sort.
All comes down to the black ooze. Alright, let's just go investigate one of these doors as well.
Where is this door leading me?
Okay, we'll take some notes on each of these doors then. Hello? Thank you.
A shining constellation. I better draw it.
Oh, you know what? We probably could investigate this thing. And there might be something in here that we can investigate.
It's a
There we go.
pentagon-shaped symbol with channels in its edges. What was it used for?
I don't see any eyeballs. Okay. I don't see any eyeballs. Just 2 more doors. Let's grab these real quick so we have the drawings in our journal.
Constellations and stars. These people seem to worship otherworldly gods. I wonder what this means.
Okay, back to the center. There are 3 buttons?
An eye and a star. Look at the stars, maybe.
Gotcha. Oh, God. What? What? These symbols on the wall, they must be important. But we haven't gotten anything with that just yet. Okay, so what am I interacting with here? There's obviously these things. What's it do? What?
Circular stones with strange carved symbols. These icons on the wheel are the same as the constellations I have on my hand.
Okay. I mean, let's just keep on doing that, right? Just keep on pushing our symbol. So it fills in. Is it really that easy? Why do I feel like I've done something wrong? It can't be that easy. Can it? Like, our symbol is already glowing. But I might need to match up that symbol in the thing, which ours might not be doing. But we can try it for now. We'll see where it takes us. There's a good chance this isn't anywhere close to what it is. Oops. Nope, not that one. Yeah, I don't think that was it. But let's try hitting the eye here.
An eye and a star.
Never mind.
Look at the stars, maybe.
Look at the stars. So that constellation has... is that one there. Okay. I don't really know the correlation between those two. Do I hit multiple, maybe? Can I hit multiple? No. Can't hit that one. Can't hit that one. Interesting. I can only hit the ones... Weird.
It's a pentagon-shaped symbol with channels in its edges. What was it used for?
I couldn't hit any of the other buttons. Just my own. And then do I... No, I don't draw those back. What, the nuggets? Hold on. Let's go see what happens if I touch a door.
Where is this door leading me?
How peculiar. That doesn't really make sense to me. Maybe I need to go push one of these other buttons? Yeah, no, huh? Weird. It's the only one that's glowing that I can do something with. What this game really needs, it really does, especially for puzzles, is almost like, I would call it like a Dead Space system, but like it almost pings and you can interact with stuff. It shows you what you can and cannot interact with. For when those times you get really stuck. Oh, you know what would probably work? What if I, instead of hitting all of them, I did some of them to create a constellation? That doesn't seem like it's going to do anything. But maybe? Let's just turn all these off for a second. That's like that Y shape that I have already. And what happens if I go over like this one? It only activates some of them and not all of them. Will that create one of the constellations? Is there like a one with a circular bit in this end? Yeah, okay. That's kind of like one of them, right? Like the top left one? I think I just need to try to create the constellations, but I just don't know how. It's kind of just like, I feel like I'm bumbling around. Maybe this one? I don't know. What the hell? Okay, I just got one of them open. I just tried any random combination I could. Which one did I create? Oh, I think I created the bottom left one. Or the bottom right, I'm sorry. I think I created the bottom right. Okay. Yeah, it's like big circle, open on the left. Yeah, I think I did. Okay, well, okay. Not gonna complain about that. Once again, stumbling into a puzzle, because that's what kind of genius I am.
They took them to a throne room. That was the final step in the ritual.
Yo, what? Yo, what? The infinite stairs that don't make no sense.
Structure, riddled with nooks and crannies and endless stairways.
Oh, another tattoo symbol. Are we going to be able to push more buttons now?
Maybe it only hurts the first time. Ah! The second also hurts.
Yeah, it looks like I got another symbol. Okay, so back to the throne room then. So we got the curve symbol.
When I arrived on this island, I felt like I was trespassing. But now, I feel like this is where I belong.
Alright, so we'll have to figure out another part of the puzzle to figure out the next doorway. Back to pressing random buttons, I guess. Oh, it looks like two are glowed up, though. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. I'm gonna have to figure things out. Okay. Okay. So we know at the very least this is the point, right? This is the point. So I have that curve symbol. So I think over here I need to hit the curve symbol, the C. Right? Because I'm trying to make the top right one. Or top left. I'm so sorry. I know my directions. Then I need to... this one. Oh. Need to disconnect the symbol, our symbol, from here? Or is it already disconnected? No. What happens if I do one of these? No, that's not it. Okay, the symbol's already been disconnected. So then do I need to disconnect our symbol from this side? The Y symbol? No, that wasn't it. Oh, yeah, okay. So then let's go back and put the C symbol on this side. That wasn't it either. You can only have like one of the symbols. Maybe that's not the one that I need to focus on. Maybe I need to focus on the bottom left. What happens if I just like turn them all off for a second? Actually, hold on, that might have worked. Is that the symbol right there? It's kinda. Let's turn off this one, I think. No, not this one. This one. No, that's not it. It feels close-ish. Okay, hold on. I'm still missing a big symbol. I feel like that should have been fairly right. Oh well. Bro, I don't even know. I don't even know. I guess I just played with the new symbols. Really, that was it.
I think I can feel the agony of the slaves, their suffering, and the effects of their transformation. It's horrifying.
What the nugs is this all about?
Black and white figures.
Oh, the rotations that he had talked about before. The question being, what do I need to... Okay, hold on. Let's press this. It doesn't complete it. Okay. Okay. I can get part way through. So it only rotates the black ones? Oops. Is there another set of black ones? I don't know if I need to get over there. Okay, so this one always rotates this guy. Which is fine. What's this middle one do? Okay, rotates this guy. Wait, then what did this last button do? Let's get him back. Oh, there's a black pair over there. Okay. Oops. And he only has one. So that one's gonna open there. And I think I actually want to rotate him to meet that. Which one did I just rotate? God damn it, I hit the wrong button. Hitting all the wrong buttons. Gotta wait for them to finish moving before they will. Okay, do that. Just get him back to where he needs to be. Well, I can move that guy now, too. I need him kind of like that. Both of them like that. Something like that. I should be able to get across that bridge. I don't know if there's... It looks like there's another contraption there.
Or dragons, whatever you are.
Interesting that this one's all white. That's weird. Oh, this one will move the white ones. Wait, so then do I need to go back and move the black ones? No. No, no, no. Which one do you move? I open up that one. If I do that, that will connect those two bridges, maybe? Possibly. But I might need to rotate... Right. So when I activate this one, right? Hold on. Just for ha-has. I'll do that. That will open up a way over there. And then I go back, rotate these guys, so then I'll have a path to walk, because those two connect over there. Okay. Middle one. Need to connect him. Oh, you're not the one I thought you were. But that might work. If I do something... Oh, I didn't want to rotate you. That was bad. Actually, what if I do here and then activate this one? Connected path. Okay, let's go rotate one of these black dogs then. I think it's just this one that I need to rotate. The question is, which one was he again? He was middle? He was middle. If we rotate it just like so and redo this. Yep, there we go. That should connect all the pathways. Should being the key word here. Yeah, I think that brings me all the way to the end. Let's go, dude. First try. Ain't no troubles. The constellation thing, though, that one's giving me troubles.
Oh, come on. One more time.
You're gonna have to do it at least 2 more times, girl. Just realize one for each door. Or at least maybe just once more. Because the final door might just lead to the correct path. But just be prepared. You're gonna have to jab yourself. It's okay. We all go through it. New symbol. Maybe I need to do the top right this time? Actually, looks like it might connect to the top left. We'll see when we get there. Or when I press all the buttons and just figure it out randomly. I'll most likely figure it out randomly. That's how I've done all the other ones, unfortunately. Alright, 2 more doors. Oh, she is actually going to have to be stabbed twice more. Okay. I'm so bad at this, dude. I'm so bad at this. I figured it out, but I'm so bad at this.
This place is like a labyrinth. They were submerged in black ichor.
Thanks, I guess. That was very informative. We already knew that they were being submerged in there, though. Okay, so final door is gonna lead to teleportation. It's to fish person.
Harry seems to be on the brink of madness. But I don't feel the slightest hint of confusion. On the contrary, I feel my mind is more focused than ever.
Okay, no puzzle on this
Seriously?
one. No puzzle on this one. Alright, final little constellation thing. Okay, let's go down and spend the next half hour trying to figure out this puzzle. Definitely not my ideal, but hey, it is what it is, right? Okay. Okay, hold on. This one actually makes a little bit more sense than any of the others. That seems about right. And now I just need to interact with this one. It's a pattern here, though. Ooh. Not quite how I thought that was going to go. Nope, that wasn't it. Definitely not it. Hey, what about if I use a C here? I feel like we're getting close, but no dice on that. This one might be wrong, honestly. I think it's actually this one up here. There it is. That has to be it, right? Ooh. Nope. And then this one over here needs to change. There it is.
Doors are open. It where is the constellation I need to open the throne room?
Somewhere in here. We don't know. We'll probably see it underwater here. Let's just
Another
double
one of those gates. I have to get into the water again.
Yeah. Become fish. Okay. Let's see here. Clearly we can go through there. I'm just taking a quick look around just to be sure. Okay, let's go. Hopefully we'll find the clue of the constellation as we get a little further out. Though it may not tell us, and it may just be one of those things that we have to figure it out, which would
One more
suck.
time. Ow, that hurt! Again.
Alright, we got all of the pieces. But I still don't see any... Ooh, is that? Ooh. Is that something that I should be paying attention to? I can't see those constellations anymore. Hold on, let's just grab this mural.
I can feel the torment of the thousands of slaves who perished here.
Okay, one more time.
The stars are aligned, forming a constellation that I don't recognize. That is not the same sky you can see from Earth. And if that's not the Earth's sky, where am I now?
Is it going to be that pattern right there? This new one here? Oh, that doesn't seem quite right. Yeah, definitely not right. Does the new constellation get drawn? Does not. Kind of. What happens if I just turn them all off for now? I always have trouble doing this when they're all on. But it does kind of look like we have part of that constellation done. Okay, so starting from here, we need a Y. We need a Y, I think, over here. No, over here. I think this one is the Y. Then I need U? No. U? Another Y? Kinda. No, it needs to loop back in on itself a little bit. So maybe the C? Yeah, the C. 100%. Okay, then this one over here, which is kind of important, needs to go up. kind of circle around. So maybe this one's a Y as well. Maybe not. This one seems a bit more appropriate. And then, if we just kind of take a look at it. Kind of seems right. And then I need one that's over here, which I think is the new symbol. Yeah! Nailed it.
The door to the sanctuary is open. It's time to find out what's waiting for me inside.
Yeah, it really does make it easier to reset the whole puzzle and look at the constellations from there, instead of trying to do it from a pattern that's already been created from, like, the last door. Every time I struggled, I just said, alright, let's just reset it. Excuse me, black goo. Can you not?
Disturbing mirror. Is it made of black ichor? I feel like it is speaking to me. Oh, heavens.
The heck was that, dude? Floating city? Do both of these lead to the same place, no matter if I go left or right? I just want to double check. There's no, like, portal trickery here. Yeah, no, okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check,
My God.
Yo. If this is not a sacrifice chamber. Look at all the black goo over there, dude.
Everything that happens here appears to respect the most basic rules of physics.
Yeah, I think we've officially gone outside of that territory.
It does maintain a peculiar harmony.
Is that a person there? Nah, it looks like a stone structure. I was gonna say, is Henry
The workings of a clock
chilling over there?
or a music box.
Is it leading me straight over to this thing? Oh, yeah, okay. I kind of thought one of these pillars was moving up so that I could step on it, but nope. We're going straight down.
Harry, is that you?
There he is. It was a chair all along. I guess, do I dive in? Uh-oh. I guess I dive in.
No, 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 no! Tell me this isn't you, Harry. It can't be you.
Am I walking on the water? What the heck is happening right now? It looks like I'm swimming, but it more looks like I'm walking on the goo.
Why did you do it? Oh my God, Harry, no! In the end, you performed the ritual. You poor fool. But why? I don't understand it. Why? You knew it. You knew it wasn't going to work. You knew the ritual wasn't going to work. That's why you never sat on the throne. You didn't even perform the ritual, did you, Harry? But you wanted me to think that you had. You even left a lure to confuse me. But why?
What? Was it Cass? Completed... what? Completed chapter 6, okay. Interesting. Everything's being packed up and stuff. There's like the old food that we found, the petrified food.
What really happened?
What really did happen?
The only
Was it
person
Cass,
living in
maybe?
that Sanctuary Beach was Cassandra. So if you didn't die, it had to be her. Did she use the dagger to open the gates and carry out the ritual? You tried to stop her, but it was too late. She shot you with your own gun and left you for dead, didn't she, Harry?
Where was the body? Wait, was that the body that was on the throne? didn't do the
Cassandra
ritual.
was ambitious and would stop at nothing to uncover the secrets here. The island fueled that hunger for knowledge.
So wait, was that or was that not Harry on the throne? The shot Harry? The one who didn't perform the ritual?
Doubts about whether the ritual would work. But what happened to Cassandra cleared up those doubts.
Mm.
The ritual wasn't
was not.
for people like you.
It was not. It was Cass sitting on that throne. It looked more
Ritual was
male.
only for people like me. But you refused to believe it until the island itself spoke directly to you. Haha Falgafen. She is our daughter. That's when you finally understood. You understood what my fate would be if I didn't come here and carry out the ritual. A slow and painful death.
Hagen. Sure. What the nut? Oh, okay. Cass. It looks like a male body, I'm not gonna lie. I know it's like puffed up and stuff, but still looks very masculine.
So you faked your own demise and left your glasses near Cassandra's corpse. The same glasses you never take off. And you sent me the package from Tahiti, Harry. Your picture, the key, the dagger. Another one of your scavenger hunts.
So where is the man?
And I took the bait. You made me come to this island, the same island where you almost lost your mind and your life, the same island where 4 members of your expedition perished. Why did you deceive me, Harry? You said you would never lie to me. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Why did you do this to me?
So we can return as fish?
Because you knew that I would never accept my fate if it meant leaving you. Right, my love? Not even if staying with you would mean a slow and painful death. So the only way to get me to leave you was to make me believe you were dead. And you chose to live a life without me, so I could be who I really am. That's why you tried to deceive me. But I know you too well, my dear old pal. We've had so many years together, so many moments of love, happiness, understanding, friendship, a whole beautiful life with you. I know what you tried to do, but I can't let you make this decision for me, Harry. Either I embrace my fate and accept what I've always been, and leave you behind, or I reject it and return home with you to relish the time that my illness gives us.
There's a choice?
It's my decision to make.
There's a choice in this game? I hate choice endings if I cannot do a chapter select and just immediately come here and make the same choice again. Anyways, I'm gonna accept my fate and return to fish.
We had a really good life. But that's not my life anymore, is it, Harry? Not after what I've been through on this island. Not after all I've found out about myself. I can't fool myself anymore. I have to accept what I truly am and leave you behind. I'm going back home.
Yes, give me Cthulhu. Let's go, dude.
What a lovely melody. I don't believe I've ever heard more than a few notes. Until now.
Yes, I must return to fish. I must return to our
For
god.
years I thought I was sick. But the truth is, I was homesick.
Can't walk any faster than this.
The pain, the suffering. It was all because of how far I was from here. Everything seems so far away now. No trace of pain, no trace of sickness. nothing besides this place. It's so pleasant to forget everything else. Nothing matters anymore. I'm finally one of the thousands of minds connected to the Icor. Connected with the Elder God. Goodbye, Harry.
I hate bright white screens at 12 o'clock at night. Lord have mercy. Hurts my eyeballs. Can it ever just fade to black instead of bright white? That's my dream. Alright. Oh, we fish again. Alright, we're back. To our true self. This music and the way it's playing feels like something epic is either about to happen or should happen, and I'm not sure the payoff is going to actually be good. I'm a little worried. Oh, okay. We are, in fact, in a world of... What the hell is that? What? We're in a world. I don't really know what the heck. Is this guy coming to me? No. Wow. What?
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
1, 2, don't forget the harmony. 1, 2, 3.
Story by Out of the Blue. I guess that's Call of the Sea for you. A fun game. A fun adventure puzzle game. I think I expected it to go to further places than it really did, but it was still enjoyable. I really do, as I get older, enjoy more and more of the shorter games that I can complete in just like a session, or if I wasn't streaming, I probably would have done this in 2 sessions, to be honest with you. It's there, it's easy breezy, no real big time commitment. Don't get me wrong though, I still do like my long games. I love my RPGs, my JRPGs and whatnot. But this was fun. I like the games that kind of have an experimental style to them. They're trying out something new. They're trying to tell a story that might not grip everybody, but for those who are willing to go into the adventure, it's serviceable. The gameplay and everything there. I love the art style. I really do like all the colors, the vibrancy of the game. And probably could have done this in the options, but could have done without so much of glare, and I feel like everything may have been too saturated at points. I lost the subtitles sometimes, specifically in the beginning. I remember that, but there were other times when it was maybe a little too bright, and the subtitles weren't as readable, which is kind of a problem. Other than that, the game stuttered just a little bit, but nothing too bad. No like huge freezes or going down to like 3 FPS or anything. The little bit that was there, it was acceptable. I don't know if I was to play this on like Xbox Series X or S or on PC, if it's even on PC, if those things would have gone away, or if it's just the engine that they had used was maybe a little unoptimized for the amount of lush greenery and particle effects for like underwater with fish and whatnot, depending on how they go about using that process to get them in there and on the screen. So for what it is, for an indie game that is on Game Pass that personally didn't have to pay for, a game that was there part of the subscription service, fantastic. These are the type of experiences I always look for on Game Pass. something that I can kind of just pick up and play, get through, get the achievements that I want, and possibly, if it's fun enough, going back, like if this game has a chapter select, going back and picking up the secret collectibles, maybe getting the 1000 gamer score by going into the achievement list and seeing what other things there are, solve puzzles in a certain amount of time, you know, do X, Y, or Z, walk 1000 steps, you know, things like that. And if this game has some fun achievements, then I'm all here for it. If they're the ones that are just mostly the story focused one, just as good.
I love you, Harry.
It's kind of nice they had that sweet little song between the two of them right there at the end. Let's see what happens
Even
now.
Today, so many years later, I still doubt whether I did the right thing. I lied to you for the first and last time. And even if it was to free you from pain, suffering, and death, I deceived you. But I've paid such a high price for my deceit, Norah. Fate has punished me with a long and sorrowful life, with no other incentive than my work. Because that is the only thing I have now, my dear old pal.
Dean of Archaeology. Interesting. Let's see. Is that pretty much it? It was nice to get that little bit of Harry at the end. I would have really liked to see what the other one is as well, if you decide to... Yep, chapter select. Beautiful. Let's see if we go over to... Oh, journal entries. It tells you what you've 100% completed. 92% secret objects. It also tells you if you found those or not. That's awesome. Murals, 0 of 2. I missed murals in the expedition area. Interesting. Okay. So cool. Yeah, it definitely is easy to go back, pick up, and go and find what you may have missed. I love that kind of stuff. The one thing I am curious about, it does look like you have to go through and play all of Chapter 6 just to get to the end choice. There may not be an achievement for choosing one or the other, which is perfectly fine, but I did want to see what the other ending is.